Was Saturn the sun? Seems like a good question. Was Saturn the sun in ancient times, or seen in history and mythology, skies, as the sun-like object? The Saturn theory, through comparative mythology, Roman Saturnalia festival, etc., suggests that Saturn may have been our first sun, or at least associated as our star. This is explored through David Talbott's Saturn myth, and perhaps starting to be explained through the Saturnian cosmologies of the Thunderbolt's electric universe theory, Alfred de Grazia, and other Velikovsky-inspired catastrophism models and revised chronology. These diagrams of some proposed Saturn polar configurations may help visualize initially mind-bending concepts. The Sun and Saturn are two very different celestial objects, yet the Babylonians appeared to confuse the two. Or was it just the translators of the Babylonian texts? Thomson, in his introduction to his collection of astrological reports, has noticed that the planet Saturn was also designated as Samas, i.e. sun, by the Babylonian Assyrian astrologers, and he quotes the statement of Hyginus to the effect that Saturn was called the star of the sun and catastrophism. Saturn was named after the Roman god of agriculture and harvest. While the planet may have gotten its name from its golden color, like a field of wheat, it also had to do with its position in the sky. According to mythology, the god Saturn stole the position of king of the gods from his father Uranus. The throne was then stolen by Jupiter. Mythology of Planets, Universe Today.
Chanjiwang.
The Chanjiwang Bonpuri Chronicles of Shanjilong is a Korean creation myth, traditionally retold by shamans in the small island of Jeju-do. Despite its title, the supreme deity Chejiwang, whose name means king of the heavens and of earth, serves mainly as a secondary character. The protagonists of the myth are instead the two sons of Shanjiwang, Great Star and Small Star. Sanjiwang Bonpuri, Wikipedia. Other peoples' EU variations also suggest different solar system configurations in our planet's recent history. Our gas giants that are brown dwarf-type stars everywhere else, and other planets perhaps usurping other planet kings for a short period or reflecting and basking in their glory. During Saturnalia festival period, around Christmas time, the roles of Roman households were reversed, with slaves becoming the master, in remembrance of when Saturn recently ruled the skies. It was a golden age. In a poem about a lavish Saturnalia under
Domitian,
Statius makes it clear that the emperor, like Jupiter, still reigns during the temporary return of Saturn, king of Saturnalia, Wikipedia. And the overthrow of Saturn symbolizes the demise of the old culture which worshipped this ancient god. According to Roman mythology, after Saturn was dethroned by his son Jupiter, Zeus, he hid himself, Latuit, in the countryside, called Latium in his honor. At the invitation of the god Janus, he reigned together with his wife. I said her name really? Ops. Over Rome's golden ages, bringing prosperity, abundance, and civilization. The Romans nostalgized that legendary state as the golden age of Latium. Many of the rites of the Saturnalia were intended to restore that long-lost utopia, if only for a short time each year. Saturnalia recalling an ancient age. Was Saturn the original sun? Was Saturn a brown dwarf star where planet Earth resided during the Golden Age? Perhaps during the Saturn polar configuration. And yet the profile of the great sun gods presents a fascinating dilemma. During the past century, several authorities noticed that Greek and Latin astronomical texts show a mysterious confusion of the sun. Greek Helios, Latin Sol, with the outermost planet, Saturn. Though the designation seems bizarre, the expression star of Helios or star of Sol was applied to Saturn. Of the Babylonian star worshippers, the chronicler Diodorus writes, "To the one we call Saturn, they give a special name, sun star." Similarly, the Greek historian Nonus, gives Kronos as the Arab name of the sun. Though Kronos meant only Saturn and no other celestial body, Hyginus, in listing the planets, names first Jupiter, then the planet of Sol. Others say Saturn. A Greek ostracon, cited by the eminent classicist Franz Boll, identifies the Egyptian sun god Ra, not with our sun, but with the planet Saturn. This repeated confusion of the sun and Saturn seems to make no sense at all. Can you imagine any difficulty in separating the two bodies, or distinguishing the one from the other? One fact beyond dispute is that the word Helios did come from the Greek word for our sun, just as the Latin Sol gave his name to our sun. The same can be said for the older Shamash and Ra. The names of these gods became the names of the solar orb. But that's where the connection with our sun ends, and the mystery of Saturn, the universal monarch, begins. As strange as it may seem, early astronomical traditions identify the primeval sun as the planet Saturn, the distant planet which alchemists called the best sun, and which the Babylonians, the founders of astronomy, identified as the exemplary light of heaven, the sun god Shamash. Shamash is the planet Saturn. The astronomical texts say, in archaic copies of Plato's Timaeus. The word for the planet Saturn is Helios, the sun god. Popular Greek tradition identified Saturn as Kronos, alter ego of Helios, and Kronos is said to have ruled over the pole. But only a handful of scholars have bothered to trace the parallel reference in other cultures, or to address the unanswered questions. Saturn in ancient times, thunderbolts. Picture of the day. The Popol Vuh, lauded as the Mayan Bible, attests to the same idea. There, a previous sun god is described as follows. Like a man was the sun when it showed itself. We've heard this before. It showed itself when it was born and remained fixed in the sky like a mirror. Certainly, it was not the same sun which we see, it is said in their old tales. The Saturn myth, Maverick science. A golden race of mortal men who lived in the time of Kronos, when he was reigning in heaven, and they lived like gods, without sorrow of heart, remote and free from toil. Miserable age rested not on them. What happened to them? Works and Days, Hesiod, Velikovsky Archive. Peoples that remembered early tragedies enacted in the sky by the heavenly bodies asserted that Jupiter drove Saturn away from its place in the sky. Before Jupiter, Zeus became the chief god. Saturn, Kronos, occupied the celestial throne. And in all ancient religions, the dominion passes from Saturn to Jupiter. In Greek mythology, Kronos is presented as the father and Zeus as his son, who dethrones him. Kronos devours some of his children. After this act, Zeus overpowers his father, puts him in chains, and drives him from his royal station in the sky. In Egyptian folklore or religion, the participants of the drama are said to be Osiris, Saturn, brother and husband of Isis, Jupiter, the worship of Saturn in the beginning, Velikovsky, and I've read that. I may read it again. Here is a remarkable fact. Though numerous figures of the universal monarch are translated conventionally as the sun god, the celestial power, invoked by the world's first religion, is not the body we call the sun today. In fact, the star worshippers specifically distinguished it from our sun by calling it best sun, the primeval sun, the central sun. There has to be something to it. Of course, you know, the water and oxygen and salt match as well on the scientific side. Natives of Mexico recall that prior to the present age, an exemplary sun ruled over the world. But this was not the sun of today. His name, Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl. The Maya maintained essentially the same idea, calling the primeval sun Hurricane. The Incas of Peru spoke of a former superior sun to the present sun. The ancient Egyptians, the sun god Atum-Ra, the model ruler, reigned over the Fulcinate area for a time, then retired from the world. The Sumerian An, ruling with terrifying splendor, was the central luminary in the sky, but not our sun, and later departed to a more remote domain. When it comes to the well-known sun gods of early man, nothing in the mythical record seems to have unnerved the experts. As to the original solar character of the Greek Helios, Latin Sol, Assyrian Shamash, or Egyptian Ra, scholars have maintained an unwavering confidence. And surely you can see why. Could it really be doubted that Helios, radiating light from his brow, is our sun? Saturn, the ancient sun god, David Talbott. Saturn did not move on its present remote orbit, but ruled as the central sun around which the other heavenly bodies visually revolved. The words used by ancient civilizations that are interpreted today as the sun, like the Egyptian Ra, the Greek Helios, and the Roman Sol, all originally referred to the gas giant Saturn. Was that planet our primordial parent? Was Saturn until recently a much larger brown dwarf? The apparent size and color of an electric star is an electrical phenomenon. If Jupiter's magnetosphere was lit up, it would appear the size of the full moon. Was ancient man around to see it as a sun? If not, why would anyone call a faint yellowish speck in the night sky the sun? Other stars, other worlds, other life, hollow science. Kronos was confused with, or perhaps consciously identified with, due to the similarity in name, the Titan Kronos, already in antiquity, the identification becoming more widespread during the Renaissance, giving rise to the allegory of Father Time wielding the harvesting scythe or sickle. He was depicted in Greco-Roman mosaics as a man turning the zodiac wheel, Kronos. However, also be contrasted with the deity Ion as eternal time. Kronos is usually portrayed through an old wise man with a long gray beard, such as Father Time. In Greek mythology, Kronos, in pre-Socratic philosophical works, is said to be the personification of time. He emerged from the primordial chaos. He is often mythologically confused with the Titan Kronos. He was depicted in Greco-Roman mosaics as a man turning the zodiac wheel. Often the figure is named Eon, eternal time, a common alternate name for the god. His name actually means time, and is alternatively spelled Kronos, K-H-R-O-N-O-S, transliteration of the Greek Kronos, or Cronus, Latin version, Saturn in mythology. Now, even though Velikovsky points out that Saturn was once much more massive body than it is today, it is hard to imagine that it could have been massive enough to be a star, in the context of the thermonuclear theory of stellar energy. If, however, it was an electrically fueled star, its initial stellar state and its sudden demise seem readily explainable. Ralph Jurgens, Earth is a Satellite of Saturn, Velikovsky Archive. In fact, it may well be both Jupiter and Saturn. Jupiter and Saturn were at one time minor stars, and that their satellite systems were formed as the result of minor or planetary nova outbursts. See R. Bruce, A New Approach in Astrophysics and Cosmology.
There's nothing to fear. The gas giant Saturn. It's the outermost planet visible to the naked eye, moving on an orbit almost 900 million miles from the Sun. For those untrained in finding planets in the night sky, it could hardly be said that Saturn stands out amongst its starry companions. This lack of distinction underscores an unsolved mystery. Where did all of the extravagant images attached to this distant speck in the sky come from? The story of Saturn as creator. Saturn presiding over a lost golden age. Saturn as a primeval sun. Saturn's preposterous location at the celestial pole around which the heavens visually turn. Saturn as the founding father of kings. And Saturn as dying or displaced god. In due course, we'll take up the god's connection to an immense crescent, seen as a scythe or sickle turning in the sky. So too the cosmic mountain, from which Saturn was said to have once ruled the world. And the planet god's role as divine ancestor of different nations, all recounting the same core idea. The mysteries will quickly overwhelm a researcher the moment he asks the present sky to explain the ancient themes. In fact, many scholars simply walked away from the dilemma. Here's the dilemma in a nutshell. The myths appear to be much older than any recorded observations of planets. The first flowering of the monumental civilizations occurred in an environment of myth and magic. There are no lists of planets, no diaries of planetary motions. The celebrated gods do not look at all like the planets we know so well today. So most scholars simply state that planetary behavior could not have provoked any of the great myths. The attachment of myths to planets must have come much later, perhaps in the first millennium BC. Our message, however, is that a radically different planetary arrangement prevailed in an earlier time. Planets, not in their present orbits, but planets, provoked all of the mythic archetypes. What we're offering in this series are reasons for known facts, things not disputed. This includes the fact that the astronomer priests themselves, in recording the tranquil and predictable motions of planets in later times, named these bodies explicitly as the great gods of the primeval epoch. And that's the heart of the dilemma. Why does the behavior of these most venerated gods so boldly contradict all observations of the named planets today? By working with the points of cross-cultural agreement, we'll see that the astronomical images of Saturn connect theme by theme with an archaic story told around the world, told long after most cultures had lost track of any planetary connections. The story says that in a former time, a central luminary, a motionless sun, turned as a great wheel in the sky. But why an identification with the planet Saturn? It's said that this ancient power, the father of kings, presided over an age of natural abundance and cosmic harmony. But this story, in its countless variations, does not end well. It states that the world fell into confusion when the ruling god fled the theater or tumbled from his appointed station. Then the hordes of chaos were set loose and all of creation slipped into a cosmic night, the gods themselves battling furiously in the heavens, the clash of the titans. In the well-known Greek tradition, this was the story of the displaced god Kronos, the father of kings. Kronos was the Greek name for the planet Saturn. And yet, enigmatically, the same planet was also named Helios, the sun, a fact that has perplexed classical scholars for a century and a half. The shadow cast by Saturn reached across the millennia. Even today, our language retains the age-old cultural ambivalence towards this most ancient god. The word Saturnian expresses the splendor of the Golden Age, while the word Saturnine reflects the melancholy of paradise lost. Guesses as to explanations will never work, but an explanation based on systematic, cross-cultural investigation will work, allowing a global story to mean what it says, even if that requires a measure of patience as verifiable pieces come one by one into a coherent picture of the ancient sky.
The worship of Saturn, Saturn, so active in cosmic changes, was regarded by all mankind as the supreme god. Seneca says that Epigenes, who studied astronomy among the Chaldeans, estimates that the planet Saturn exerts the greatest influence upon all the movements of the celestial bodies. On becoming a nova, it ejected filaments in all directions, and the solar system became illuminated as if by 100 suns. It subsided rather quickly and retreated into faraway regions. Peoples that remembered early tragedies enacted in the sky by the heavenly bodies asserted that Jupiter drove Saturn away from its place in the sky. Before Jupiter, Zeus became the chief god. Saturn, Kronos, occupied the celestial throne. In all ancient religions, the dominion passes from Saturn to Jupiter. In Greek mythology, Kronos is presented as the father and Zeus as his son, who dethrones him. Kronos devours some of his children. After this act, Zeus overpowers his father, puts him in chains, and drives him from his royal station in the sky. If Egyptian folklore or religion, the participants of the drama are said to be Osiris, Saturn, brother and husband of Isis, Jupiter. The cult of Osiris and the mysteries associated with it dominated the Egyptian religion as nothing else. Every dead man or woman was entombed with observances honoring Osiris. The city of Abydos in the desert west of the Nile and northwest of Thebes was sacred to him. Sais in the delta, used to commemorate the floating of Osiris' body carried by the Nile into the Mediterranean, what made Osiris so deeply ingrained in the religious memory of the nation that his cult pervaded mythology and religion. Osiris' dominion before his murder by Seth was remembered as a time of bliss. According to the legend, Seth, Osiris' brother, killed and dismembered him, whereupon Isis, Osiris' wife, went on peregrinations to collect his dispersed members. Having gathered them and wrapped them together with swathings, she brought Osiris back to life. The memory of this event was a matter of yearly jubilation among the Egyptians. Osiris became lord of the netherworld, the land of the dead. A legend, a prominent part of the Osiris cycle, tells that Isis gave birth to Horus, whom she conceived from the already dead Osiris, and that Horus grew up to avenge his father by engaging Seth in mortal combat. In Egyptology, the meaning of these occurrences stands as an unresolved mystery. The myth of Osiris is too remarkable and occurs in too many divergent forms not to contain a considerable element of historic truth, wrote Sir Alan Gardner, the leading scholar in these fields. But what historical truth is it? Could it be of an ancient king upon whose tragic death the entire legend hinged? Wondered Gardner. But of such a king, not a trace has been found before the time of the pyramid texts. And in these texts, Osiris is spoken of without end. There he appears as a dead god or a king or judge of the dead. But who was Osiris in real life? Asked Gardner. At times, he is represented to us as the vegetation which perishes in the floodwater mysteriously issuing from himself. He is associated with brilliant light. After the life of studying Egyptian history and religion, Gardner confessed that he remained unaware of whom Osiris represented or memorialized. The origin of Osiris remains for me as insoluble mystery, nor could others in this field help him find the answer. The Egyptologist John Wilson wrote that it is an admission of failure that the chief cultural content of Egyptian civilization, its religion, its mythological features, again and again narrated and alluded to in the text and represented in statues and temple reliefs, is not understood. The astral meaning of Egyptian deities was not realized, and the cosmic events of their activities were not thought of. The prophet Ezekiel in the Babylon exile had a vision, the likeness of a man, but made of fire and amber, who lifted him by the lock of his hair and brought him to some darkened chamber where the ancients of the house of Israel, with censers in their hands, were worshipping idols portrayed upon the wall round about. Then the angel of the vision told him, "Thou shalt see greater abominations that they do." And he brought the prophet to the door of the gate of the Lord's house. And behold, there sat women weeping for Tammuz. Next he showed him also Jews in the inner court of the Lord's house, with their back toward the temple of the Lord, and their faces toward the east, that they worshiped the sun toward the east. The worship of the sun and the plants was decried by Jeremiah, a contemporary of Ezekiel. But what was this weeping for Tammuz? Tammuz was a Babylonian god. One of the months of the year, approximately coinciding with July, in the summer, was named in his honor. And by this very name, it is known in the present-day Hebrew calendar. Tammuz was the god that died and was then hidden in the underworld. His death was the reason for a fast, accompanied by lamentations of the women of the land. His finding or his return to life and resurrection were the motifs of the Passion. Tammuz was the god of vegetation, of the flood, and of seeds. The god Tammuz came from Armenia every year in his ark in the overflowing river, blessing the alluvium with new growth. In the month of Tammuz he was bound, and the liturgies speak of his having been drowned among flowers, which were thrown upon him as he sank beneath the waves of the Euphrates. The drowning of Tammuz was an occasion for wailing by women. The flood has taken Tammuz. The raging storm has brought him low. Of Tammuz, it is also narrated that he was associated with brilliant light, with descent into the netherworld, visited by Ishtar, his spouse. Tammuz's death, his subsequent resurrection, or his discovery in the far reaches, but no longer brilliant, were the themes of the cult that was not just one of the mysteries, but the chief and paramount cult. The Osirian mysteries, the wailing for Tammuz, all refer to the transformation of Saturn during and following the deluge. Osiris was not a king but the planet Saturn, Kronos of the Greeks, Tammuz of the Babylonians. Babylonians called Saturn the star of Tammuz. After the deluge, Saturn was invisible. The sky was covered for a long time by clouds of volcanic dust. And the Egyptians cried for Osiris, and the Babylonians cried for Tammuz. Isis, Jupiter at that time, went in search of her husband, and Ishtar, also Jupiter at that early time, went to the netherworld to find her husband Tammuz. For a time Saturn disappeared, driven away by Jupiter, and when it reappeared, it was no longer the same planet. It moved very slowly. The disappearance of the planet Saturn in the netherworld became the theme of many religious observances, compromising liturgies, mystery plays, lamentations, and fasts. When Osiris was seen again in the sky, though greatly diminished, the people were frenzied by the return of Osiris from death. Nevertheless, he became king of the netherworld. In the Egyptian way of seeing the celestial drama, Isis, Jupiter, the spouse of Osiris, Saturn, wrapped him in swathings. Osiris was known as the Swathed, the way the dead came to be dressed for their journey to the world of the dead, over which Osiris reigns. Similar rites were celebrated in honor of Adonis, who died and was resurrected after a stay in the Netherland, in the mysteries of Orpheus. Sir James G. Fraser, a collector of folklore, came to regard Osiris as a vegetation god. Likewise, he saw in the Babylonian Tammuz an equivalent of the Egyptian Osiris, a vegetation god, and carried away by this concept, wrote the Golden Bow, built around the idea of the vegetation god that dies and is resurrected the following year. A few peoples, through consecutive planetary ages, kept fidelity to the ancient Saturn, or Kronos, or Brahma, whose age was previous to that of Jupiter. Thus, the Scythians were called Uman Manda by the Chaldeans, people of Manda, and Manda is the name of Saturn. The Phoenicians regarded El Saturn as their chief deity. Eusebius informs us that El, a name used also in the Bible as a name for God, was the name of Saturn. In Persia, Saturn was known as Kevan or Kavan. The different names for God in the Bible reflect the process of going through many ages in which one planet superseded another and was again superseded by the next one in the celestial war. El was the name of Saturn, Adonis of the Syrians. The bewailed deity was also like Osiris, the planet Saturn. But in the period of the contest between the two major planets, Jupiter and Saturn, the appellative of the dual gods became Adonai, which means my lords. Then, with the victory of Jupiter, it came to be applied to him alone. Velikovsky.
The cradle of life. And this gets back to the idea of the Garden of Eden period in man's memory. If you're a satellite orbiting within that anode glow, and this is not an outrageous idea because astronomers have suggested the same thing for red giants, that planets could actually orbit within that star because the atmosphere is such low density. In fact, we orbit in the sun's atmosphere, if you like, and it doesn't cause us any trouble. But within that glowing shell, the radiant energy received from that envelope is constant over the entire globe. The light from the plasmasphere is not reflected light, it's radiant energy. Brown dwarfs radiate blue and ultraviolet light, even though they are cool at a temperature around 950 K. This is further evidence that we are looking at a mix of an electrical red anode glow and coronal ultraviolet blue end of the spectrum. There are no seasons, no tropics, and no ice caps. A planet does not have to rotate, its axis can point in any direction, and its orbit can be eccentric, and you'll still get this beautiful, even temperature over the whole body. The radiant energy received by the planet will be strongest at the blue and red ends of the spectrum, so photosynthesis, which relies on red light, would be very active. The skylight would be a pale purple, which maybe is referred to by the classical purple dawn of creation. And I know that in Canberra we have this new arboretum, which is fantastic, and all of the new trees that are being planted are put in red plastic to start with. And I asked the head of the arboretum why they did that, and he said the plants grow much better in red light. Water molecules dominate the spectra of brown dwarfs, so you want to know where the Earth's water came from? The light on Earth was dim and purplish amid a continuous mist of water. No other bodies in the system were visible. And this is what Dave mentioned yesterday. This explains the abundant water on Earth and many satellites of the gas giant planets and the rings of Saturn. And the red light, warmth and water was ideally suited for giant ferns. It explains the gigantic lush vegetation found at the poles, fossilised as coal. Now, the problem faced by life on planets orbiting a red star, I think you saw last night, which was this flaring red dwarf. So this tendency to flare up is a problem. The reason for this is that, as I said, the red stars don't have the current regulation afforded by the bright photosphere. So the response of a red star to a sudden electrical disturbance in their environment is to shed charged matter in a flare-up. They may also change in apparent size as the anode glow accommodates to the electrical environment. I think this would account for the great dyings in the geological record and the episodic deposit of vast sediment and mineral layers on the Earth, and on other bodies too. Every body that's been looked at is layered. What's more, it explains for the first time the oceans of salty water on Earth. Comets cannot be responsible because they have little or no water and little or no sodium chloride. Now, just see how much of this I want to show you, because we saw this yesterday, so I might skip. This is referring to that super flare you saw yesterday, and you remember the astrophysicist said anyone who was on a planet orbiting that star at the time would be having a very bad day. Well, I think the Earth has had its bad days, and they're reflected in the geological record. So we'll skip that. The mass extinctions, as I said, those flare-ups can be so drastic that it would practically wipe out the life on any existing life on those satellites of that dwarf star. This raises an interesting side issue, and that is, ironically, intelligent life can't communicate through such a plasma shell using radio waves. So the lack of intelligible radio signals in the SETI project is understandable. In fact, denizens of such worlds would most likely be unaware of the universe at large. Now, astronomers also submit that orbiting a red dwarf is possibly one of the best places to look for life. What they've never considered is orbiting inside a red dwarf. Let me see. I don't think I'll talk about this one. This is a recent report of a spotty brown dwarf which suggests there are things orbiting within that red anode sheath, causing a dimming of the glow behind wherever that satellite happens to be. They're calling it weather, but of course if it's an anode glow it has nothing to do with weather. So we'll skip that. So this is a picture of the brown dwarf proto-Saturn as I see it. Now, there would have been many more bodies than you see there, but I've included Mars and Earth and proto-Saturn because they're the main players at this stage. 50% of red dwarfs have Earth-sized planets in their conventional habitable zone. This suggests there are a large number hidden inside the red star's glow. And you can say that too because our gas giants all have large numbers of satellites orbiting quite closely. But you'll note there is no Venus at this stage. Gigantism. It wasn't just pterodactyls that struggled to get up off the ground. Scaling of muscle and bone strength shows that dinosaurs could not have raised their bodies off the ground in today's gravity. For them to move about, Earth's gravity needed to be about 1/3 of today's. Global extinction and fossilization requires far more than a simple impact. Clearly, we have no understanding of the cause of gravity. Is gravity electrical? The question is of fundamental importance for cosmology and our understanding of the solar system. And the answer should provide insights into the demise of the dinosaurs, the sky our ancestors saw, and why they feared doomsday.
But with most people, that 25,000 will help you survive.
That's all it is, yeah. That'll help.
And then that'll breed a whole bunch of people that just don't want to do nothing. They'll just sit at home and relax and say, "Oh, I'm comfortable in this apartment. I can pay the rent. I can do a couple of little side jobs here and there, you know." And yeah. Not good for...
what you have is a society that has no expectations of improving, if you get what I mean. They have no desires. They don't see the old thing of each generation you sort of become more educated and go a little further up sort of the social scale. They just become happy to live as part of the backwater of the tribe.
Well, most people have degrees. Most people have degrees now.
But they're degrees in what?
No, yeah. People couldn't afford to go to university 30 years ago, and now everyone's got to go.
I know.
Everyone's got degrees, but there's no jobs for anyone. There are no jobs. It's completely impossible almost to set up a winning business unless unless you're a window cleaner or something like that. But to set up to become an entrepreneurial is not a very easy thing in this in our society anymore. The odds are stacked against you.
You've got to be connected, don't you, Nick?
You've got to be connected.
So what I mean is, what are they all doing their degrees in?
Sociology.
Whether you're a man or a woman or something like that. There you go.
Sociology, yeah. It's all sociology.
Yeah. So, that just gives them 5 years off the unemployment numbers.
Well, they're all just basically paying to go and get brainwashed into how to be a compliant global citizen.
Well, yeah. This is pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and we're kind of through the subject, and we talked about it pretty good. I think it's pretty talked out. And
don't forget, they also minor in ecology.
We've only been going for an hour? I thought we were going for a lot.
Ecology, yeah.
No.
I have another talk that I
an hour and 59 minutes.
An hour and 11 minutes. But I have another.
No, an hour and 59 minutes, Ted.
Hold on a second. I got another talk that I recorded with us too. Let me see. Are you looking at it? Am I giving you a view of it? No. Here. Turn this off. There it is. Okay.
Human, he would have had to lose everything that he needed to live and thrive and survive, right? He would have had to have lost his fur coat while you had ice ages going on. He would have had to have lost almost all of his night vision, right? When he was surrounded by predators who could see perfectly well in the dark, right? It's like he would have had to have lost almost all of his sense of smell while trying to make it as a land prey animal, right? That would just be suicide. I mean, if you give any prey animal our sense of smell, he'd be extinct within 3 weeks. It'd be an effortlessly free meal, to any predator that ever saw him.
Yeah, to feel like it is very difficult for me to, accept that we evolved on this type of in this environment. It's very difficult.
Right. Yeah. No, it's like you've got the question of bright world, dark world. Humans are bright world adapted. It's like, humans and dolphins have the relatively smallest eye sizes of advanced creatures, right? It's like the old creatures of the earth all had the same kinds of dark world, huge dark world eyes, right? Lemurs, tarsiers, bush babies, still, owls all still have those kinds of eyes. All of the dinosaurs, all of the hominids had dark world eyes like that. The Neanderthal was a very advanced bipedal ape with a 6-inch fur coat and dark world eyes. Huge. Right, that's the first thing that jumps out at you, like with those reconstructions of Danny Vendermean. Are you familiar with that?
Hey guys, check out your screen. Did you know that apes have taken to using spears now? To fish? There's a picture of it on the screen right now.
Yeah, to stab a fish, maybe, not to throw.
No,
or to do anything.
No, but they're using tools.
That's another funny kind of a thing, right? It's like humans are like aquatic creatures who adapted.
Evolving. It's going to happen when they start wanting to go to school.
Well, I think there was a study done. You guys are familiar with the term the 100-monkey rule, correct?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it, but
that whole study, basically it was just some anthropological students. Every year they would go to these islands and they would do studies on these monkeys there in Japan, and on separate islands they would study these different monkeys and provide results and just do different things. And eventually, after a while, they noticed that one of the monkeys had started taking their potatoes down. The students would bring potatoes for the monkeys to eat, and the monkeys that were going down. One monkey one day went down and washed his potato, the next day 2, the next day 3, and eventually after about 100 monkeys would go down to the water to wash their food off, it was kind of a phenomenon where all of the monkeys on all of the islands started doing the exact same behavior. So that speaks to collective consciousness in a way. That the etheric field provides a certain framework or a baseline for
subjective consciousness,
Yeah, basically.
Some things you can learn, other kinds of things you have to be built for. It's not going to happen, right? It's like
the antenna. The antenna is our DNA.
The human swim stroke. Okay, the human swim stroke is basically the same motion as to throw something overhand, which monkeys and apes can't do, right? It's like you don't ever see chimpanzees throwing anything overhand. Whenever you see a chimpanzee throwing something, it's sidearm, like throwing a frisbee.
Yeah. Like
okay. Right, but the motion to use a javelin or an atlatl is the same motion as humans use to swim. Okay, so the humans are adapted for all those kinds of things. Elaine Morgan listed about 100 different characteristics, aquatic characteristics which humans have. I don't believe the monkeys have
like
any
over
of those.
100, aren't there? Something like that.
Yeah. And there's several that stand out. Right, the idea of not having a reasonable sense of smell, for instance. Right, all land prey animals have to have a much better sense of smell than we do. Right. See, it's like an aquatic mammal doesn't have that much use for a sense of smell. Okay. I mean, that's not critical.
What about the connective tissue to the muscle as well? I think that there's a difference in between even the species of man, in terms of the tissues connecting to the bone or tissues not connecting to the bone.
I don't think there would be any difference amongst human
I think that there is,
or subspecies groups.
I think also the short, the thin tissue cells versus the long tissue cells, in terms of you have athletes that are capable of running long distances and not ever get gassed, but then you have athletes that are only geared more towards sprinting and powerlifting because the energy is in the way that the cells inside of the tissue are formed. Let me get a second, I'll look that up, but I know that there is a difference even inside of the human species.
Everything you know is wrong. You ever seen that presentation? He just shatters the humans are apes thing. Shatters.
Yeah, Lloyd Pye came to the same conclusion that Troy and I did. He said that humans could not have arisen, either by evolution or by creation, and the humans cannot have arisen on this planet. We're horribly ill adapted to this. We're adapted to a totally different kind of a world. It's like, this is the problem with Elaine Morgan's theory, right? It's like, basically the two problems. It's never gotten any. It's the best theory of human. It's the best theory of human adaptation that there is, right? But it's never gotten any traction in academia for two reasons, right? It's like there's no physical evidence of it. There's no fossil evidence of any sort of an aquatic ape on the planet, and there's never been a body of water on this planet that would be safe for humans to live in full time, right? So I mean, it's never gone anywhere. It's a perfectly good theory. It just needs a different kind of world to happen on. That's all.
Right? Let's say archaeologists were to find fossilized bones of an ancient mermaid. Do you think they'd show it? They'd probably suppress it. I don't trust it.
Probably.
I mean, honestly, gentlemen, I have a hard time believing the concept of dinosaurs even existed. I think that even dinosaurs themselves are a cover, so to speak, for megafauna, large, giant races that lived here before humans that were just much larger in size and stature due to the differences that were. I think, honestly, the planets were suns at one point, are stars above our sky. So when you have the Ganymede, let's say, hypotheses, it would basically, for me, it's more that like either Saturn or Jupiter, where it was the primary energy giver for the Earth at that time, for the planet at that time, and therefore you would have the purple hue, you'd have all of the things you spoke of in your, Greg, your video that you put out just recently, but you would have these same things based upon the energetic flow from that particular planet, basically as a star, as a luminary, as they've been described through the documents and generations prior to NASA. But you would have those individuals providing the energetic flow for the energy for this planet at that time, creating what you see in the Avatar movies. We see it there. They tell us in plain sight, so to speak. Larger creatures, blue skinned, different size, number of fingers, just the different type of hominids that would be here at that time, based upon the DNA antenna receiving the energy from the planet at that time, or from the luminary that was in position above us at that time and in that place.
Yes, absolutely. They did seem to take their turns, didn't they?
Yeah, I think that, as much as, NASA has lied to us and Smithsonian has introverted information. I think you take those two and you ask yourselves some very hard questions. Hey, what is underlying the truth? If you start from a premise of, we've been lied to frequently, start with that premise,
Right.
then throw everything out and say, okay, well, then what is really going on here? And you take the Ben Davidsons and the individuals talking about the solar changes that we're going through, the differences in all of these things, and you realize, okay, well, if we've been through these cycles of man before, and you equate the Hopi tradition and the Lakota talking of the beings coming from the ground and restarting space, etc. It all matches up.
One thing that I find frustrating, though, when you start watching historic pieces that might be a little alternative, the first thing they start doing is talking about it burned all its hydrogen and now it's in its red giant phase. That's all BS.
Exactly. Yeah, that just goes to push their red shift, blue shift concepts, I think, to me. And also that we're such a small little speck inside of this massive, infinity of places we'll never be able to reach, but we never always have to reach for the stars. I always got to keep trying. And they got Disney pushing it on Disney, through their subliminal messaging in Disney. You got NASA and Disney working together since, the 50s and 30s, coming to push this kind of imagination of all these things forward. And, science has been controlling in a lot of ways in that regard by holding on to and controlling the beliefs of the people of this planet so that we're limited in our understanding and our ability to actually see things in the true light of what is really going on.
Yeah, and that's very difficult because there are so many smoke screens. But like one thing that attracted me to Ted's theory and Troy's theory right away was that I saw it was plausible. And I know that we had to come from somewhere else. We didn't grow out of the earth, and unless we were created by aliens, which is entirely plausible as well.
Okay.
But I think that the Ganymede hypothesis has a certain amount of believability.
Yeah, there's some weight to it, for sure.
Okay, look, there's another kind of a thing that you get into with the question of aliens, right? Now, I don't like the idea of aliens.
Extraterrestrials.
You saw this thing like in Star Wars, right? You saw this cafe scene in Star Wars where you've got what you would expect if you believed in evolution, right? If you believe in evolution, then you have to believe that any other inhabited world you would ever find out there would have to be totally different from ours, right? It would have evolved along totally different lines. You see, and that's the divide between
any of the alien theories that they're here now. Do you think there's anything to that right now?
No.
You don't.
I've got friends that do believe that, but I don't buy that. It's like, the impression I have. You see, it's like you get back to this other thing which says that you've got what they call a bottleneck. There's so little genetic variation amongst modern humans that they have to resort to theories talking about genetic bottlenecks. Like 40,000 years ago, they claimed that the human race was cut down to, the population of modern humans on the planet was cut down to maybe as few as 50 people, right? A very short time ago. And so you've got to explain that, right? I mean, why don't you have any more genetic variation amongst modern people, right? I mean, the racial differences are almost meaningless. They don't really account for anything. The big differences are cultural and technological. Okay, so that what appears to be the case, to my thinking, is that the whole thing is driven by information, and there's only so much information in the picture, right? You've got this thing that you heard me talking about earlier, which is, the question of Ganymede and Earth being separated. You had a double solar system. You had a system where you had this bright northern system with the sun and Jupiter, possibly a couple of other inhabited bodies, right? But the bright,
5 minutes.
And you've got like creatures, humans, dolphins, creatures which are adapted to a watery environment, and with dolphins the humans have the smallest relative eye sizes. And then you've got like so far enough away, Ganymede and Earth and Mars and hominids and dinosaurs. And, there's no way to believe that, in other words, the earliest humans were technologically, they were culturally sophisticated. They were not technologically sophisticated, okay? It's like, there's no way to believe that humans came from Ganymede to Earth via spaceships, or any kind of technology like that. Okay. The believable theory is that there was a water bridge. It was an electrical water bridge between the two.
Right. Yeah, we've talked about that. We've shown it before.
Well, let me ask a question on that premise, though, Teddy. On that premise, though, Teddy, you mentioned that previous civilizations weren't nearly as advanced necessarily technologically.
I think.
But I think we look at the pyramids.
No, that's not what I'm getting at here. Let me tell you what I'm getting at. It's like, you've got.
Go in 3 minutes. You got 3 minutes.
Yeah. Well, let me just run this by. Just run this by one more time. Okay. Look, it's like you've got on Ganymede and Mars. You've got hominids and dinosaurs, and you've got creatures which are very much different from the creatures on Earth or on Ganymede, right? But nonetheless, you've got the exact same RNA, DNA. So see, it's like if you were to believe in evolution, you'd have to believe that the basis of these other life forms and other worlds, like the cafe scene in Star Wars, would be totally different and be something other than RNA, DNA, right? But nonetheless, you've got the same basis of living worlds, which is the DNA-RNA nexus, right, both on Earth and on Ganymede, despite them being separated by as much space as you'd ever want, right? And then you've got the same basic scheme for large animals. You've got the same basic component parts for large animals. You've got like a skeleton, a backbone. You've got 4 limbs. You've got 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, 2 ears, teeth, right? And you've got all the same kinds of organs, and it appears to me that the whole thing's driven by information, and the information is all according to a certain set scheme, right? In other words, it's the cafe scene in Star Wars. You've got all these creatures whose morphology is limited only by the writer's imagination. I don't think you're ever going to find that out there. I think that wherever, no matter how far out there you go, yeah.
Well, I think
no
that if we look,
Go ahead,
if you look at it from a perspective of ancient civilizations having a higher level of, let's say, basic knowledge, not necessarily technologically as we see things in terms of electricity and in terms of gadgets and things of that nature, we can agree that might not necessarily have been the case, but they also may have had a higher level of understanding of this universe with which we live. I mean, and that's obvious just in the basic premise of the pyramids and the mathematical structures that are all present there that match up with all of the heavenly bodies. And that, but then also everything was built in stone. And so you have to ask, and this is something I've been battling with here the past few weeks. Right, all of these stone, they understood, these civilizations understood that you do not surround the human body with EMF interference. In the terms of iron and nickel and all these different ores that we've dug up out of the ground and then now surrounded ourselves with them inside of our homes. They built their homes out of stone, but we look at that as in a primitive way, but in reality, they knew not to stop that communication with the planet from which we came. They knew better than to do that, to not interfere with that flow of the human aura, the human body, the EMF interference that comes with having a phone next to your head, or having even just a plywood and paint and all this crap. Right, and so if you look at it from that kind of a perspective and go back and look, go look at the Mayans and the Incans and the things that they were able to build, and you're like, holy cow. How were these things done? We still don't even have an explanation for it, much less able to build the machinery to lift half these stones, And so it's just an interesting way to look at it, I think, in terms of, perhaps they just knew better.
Did you hear my essay on the essay I recently read on the 2 billion-year-old reactor found?
No, I haven't seen that one.
The Reese map. I'll have to play it later. It's brief. It's not very But it was very
Interesting.
We have this mystery bag that we just throw things in when we don't want to deal with them.
Right.
That's basically it in a nutshell.
One thing that answers a lot of questions about the usage of stone in past ages, I believe, is the likelihood that many of these stone structures were poured and not carved. Okay.
Yeah.
I believe they had ways of liquefying hard stone.
Through cymatics, using cymatics, absolutely.
Recasting it, right.
Yeah, using cymatics and vibrational kind of tools to create vibrations. You could almost get, anything turned liquefied in almost plasma state.
Okay.
Well said.
I mean, you've got things, bases made of diorite and hard stone in Egypt, right? And you cannot cut diorite with bronze or brass tools. It would have to have laser cutting technology. Other than that, like I said, in the case of the pyramid stones, I think it's obvious they were poured. It's like you couldn't. You would waste half of the stone in a quarry if you were trying to carve those blocks. That just wouldn't work. I believe they were breaking the rocks up into baseball-sized pieces, right, and putting them in wagons, dumping the wagon loads of that kind of stone into formers, right, and then adding some sort of a liquid to harden the whole thing. That seems to me to be completely believable, right?
Right, or I think, to me personally, when there's like you take the Bible for instance, talks throughout the Bible in the Old Testament about just use Jericho, the walls of Jericho. They marched around Jericho, so, how many times they constantly bombarded it with trumpets and sound technology and made the whole entire city crumble. Through utilizing sound. So you look at it from that perspective. They could have just found or had knowledge of the ability to levitate items and structures and bricks and stones using levitation. I mean, I forgot the guy's name, but he was a Russian back in the 60s and 70s, was utilizing insect wings and insect wings and demonstrating how levitation, how like a bee flies. They don't fly, they levitate. The same thing with a beetle. There's no rationale why the wings of a beetle would be able to lift the body of itself. It's just too heavy. But you look at the way that the wings are formed, and it creates a kind of a bubble inside of itself, around itself, of a levitating, a field, so to speak.
Yeah, they're not flying the way we envision flying
to be. Right. And so you take that kind of a technology, if they had that advanced knowledge, and I think that's what we as humans are living through now, is an age where that knowledge was taken from humanity, a reset occurred, and we repopulated the planet in terms of utilizing technological advancements in electronics. And, you eliminate Tesla, don't let him get on the scene. Instead, you put Edison, and we end up in the state that we're in now, where mankind is being controlled and handled and maintained through this belief system called science that has been hijacked, I think, by very nefarious groups. But whatever that's all about, I don't know. But it all comes down to, you have to believe. You said it a second ago. It's what our belief is. And I think when our beliefs get hijacked and put in front of us in terms of fact, inside of textbooks and inside of a Henry Ford Model T system schooling that takes place inside of our elementary schools nowadays. Students all sit in rows and they're taught almost in a factory type setting, and then like Pavlov's dog, a bell rings and they're you change subjects and you're not allowed to focus on any one thing at any too long of a period of time.
Oh yeah, they teach them what to think, not how to think.
Yeah.
Yes. So you take all those
school,
things.
It's like Pink
it's just
Floyd,
it's
right?
a lot. It's just a lot. And I think that's the thing, is like not one individual. It's hard for one individual to be able to get a hold of all of that. And I think, like Greg was saying, they just have a big bag they throw things in and say, we don't have any answers, let's throw it in that bag,
Jonathan, if you get a chance, take a look at that YouTube channel of mine, which is called Ganymede Hypothesis, and the item in the far upper left is the most recent basic intro to the Ganymede hypothesis in English.
Yeah.
Okay, it's about 25 minutes, and it's worth watching.
Yeah, we'll definitely check it out.
Will do. Yeah, I've watched it once before, but I will absolutely will.
Okay. Now, the most interesting thing on that YouTube channel, to my way of thinking, is the video that I did with Greg about, telepathy and.
It was a good one, Ted.
And I'm sorry.
It was a good one. Yes. We're going to.
The question of spoken languages. Like how long have humans been using spoken speech?
We're going to get back to the videos, but go ahead. Take another minute.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we look at that, and you, like, just for instance, we take you guys are familiar with gematria, the concept of numeric values of letters and how that matches up to the code. And you got the Bible code, and you got all these codes inside of Shakespeare, and you got the Hebrew Bible's version versus the English King James version, and the coding, which so A has the 1, B is 2, C is 3, and when you have a name, you take that, you add up all those letters, and it gives you a number. The whole concept of gematria.
I didn't know that.
I've heard another word for that. It's like what's that called? Oh shoot! There's a website that deals with stuff like that, and I forget what it's called. It's Theomatics.
Right.
Theomatics.com.
But if you take that concept and you look at the way that things have been done when it comes to the English language, I mean, just the name Yeshua, Jesus, there was no J, but you take the mathematic equivalent of that, and you see that there's a very, very vivid, very, very obvious code within the Bible, within Shakespeare's work, that matched up. I think it was, who was the individual that did connected all of Shakespeare's stuff to the pyramids, that it's like you can see the same exact numeric values encoded inside of the two.
I'd have a hard time believing that Shakespeare's works were based on anything much earlier than Shakespeare. Shakespeare's place in science.
Yeah, it's basically the concept that he was not an actual human being. Like Shakespeare was like 3 different people, similar to how Einstein. Einstein was a patent officer, for crying out loud.
Something about shaking a spirit destiny.
Exactly. Yeah. Coding and the mathematical coding. So back to the language concept is, if you associate, like, let's say the Chinese with characters, the Japanese with characters, I think that the evolution of the human language has been, and so even with the Arabic, it's very flowing and very natural, and it has a lot of like cursive to the human language, or to the English side. Arabic is very artistic. But when you look at the English language, you can break down the English language in a very, very 0 and 1 type fashion. Right, and even from the Cyrillic, when you have compared to, say, Russian, so it's a very, very, everything has its place, and so that is very easy for, if you think about it, the computer to interpret and read.
Yeah, we don't have a believable alphabet or system of writing for English.
Well, versus something like with the Chinese characters, that takes interpretation. You have to look and see where the symbols line up and how they stack up on top of one another. And it's almost like these, prove you're not a robot, Kamchas, I think they're called, or whatever, Kamchatas, whatever they are. How many squares has a, school bus in it? So you have to pick the school bus. It's the same concept. A computer can't necessarily read the languages, from the Asian cultures or even Arabic cultures, as well as it can a block-formed English language.
Okay, what I believe to be the case, Jonathan, is that like languages like Egyptian or Chinese, which use picture writing, are antediluvian, right? They're from before the flood. In a telepathic age, the idea of a phonetic alphabet would never occur to anybody. Okay, that's what I think you're seeing.
What do you mean by that?
I don't think we've had spoken languages for more than about 4,000 years. That's this video that I'm telling you about, like, that Greg J and I did, and that's also.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, because it does make more sense if we were living in a world where, like, based on organic material surrounding us at all times, such as our homes.
Third eyes, and we were telepathic.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, you look at it from that perspective, then there wouldn't be a need. And that's why, a lot of the religions, even to this day, carry the same tradition of, not writing down or not drawing his picture in the sand, or don't ever draw his caricature. That's why the Arabs a lot of times get very upset whenever characters are made of Allah, and made fun of, because it's carried over. It's you don't bring God down to a two-dimensional aspect. You don't reduce the concept of the creation down to a 2- and 3-dimensional kind of form, because the moment you do, you've reduced them. Anytime anybody goes to explain God, they've just done just that. They've gone and reduced God down to the understanding level of the description that they're providing, instead of, the other way around.
Right. One thing that is mentioned, like in the Ganymede hypothesis, the question of humans having voluntary control of breathing, right, which monkeys and apes don't have. That's an adaptation for swimming underwater, right, for periods of time, right? Whereas that also, just by happenstance, allows us to use spoken languages. You see, it's like this. The only reason that they cannot teach chimpanzees or gorillas to speak English or German. Right, they can teach them deaf signs perfectly well, and at least one of the gorillas that they've taught to sign like that on several occasions has taken human IQ tests just for jollies to see what would happen, and has achieved scores, IQ scores of like, 75 to 90 or something like, and it's like, you've got whole nations with average IQs lower than that, right? In other words, the average IQ in Somalia is like 68. Or something like that. Retarded is 70. So, that makes you wonder.
Well, so where would the Enki and Enlil storyline, you think, where would that fall into this kind of a hypothesis, you think? Where was it one of the brothers went into an island and was, because they were utilizing mankind, I think, to, farm and mine all of the ores from the planet, and then one guy started doing, one of the brothers went and did some DNA alterations to humankind, and his brother got upset, said that's not okay, and they got to warring with each other. So there's something, the Enki and Enlil story, I think it's in the Emerald Tablets or whatever, is where it originates from. Where would you think that kind of storyline falls into play with this?
Breaks it down as Enki was Saturn, or Enlil was Saturn, and Enki was Jupiter, I believe.
Okay, but again, if there was any evidence of human DNA having been engineered or re-engineered like that, then we would see it, right? It's like there's almost no genetic variation amongst modern humans. That's the problem with that sort of thinking.
Well, but we also know that there's how much percentage of DNA is considered, quote, junk DNA that we just haven't turned on, haven't utilized, haven't, being basically as an antenna to create or to connect to source as that antenna.
If all that was connected.
And I think, a lot of it had been disconnected more than it has been. We haven't developed it. It's because we've
only with us.
Right. Yeah. Right.
How much smarter they would be. Oh.
Yeah.
No,
and I think it goes back to the EMF signals and frequencies and all of these things that we've got surrounding us, starting back whenever radio began, but even before. But it's you look and you go through these wars that were fought, and they just yanked all of the iron out of places. They took it out of, in London especially. I think it was a major place. Any wrought iron was just eliminated. but that was what was the only, I think, metal that was used along with stone to build a lot of things that was prevalent. And then, your copper, but for different aspects. But you look at these cathedrals and these massive structures all through Europe and even all over the world. You have tons of these cathedrals with the domes and the buildings and the structures, all of it done in stones. And all of them having very close related to cymatic frequencies in their design. I mean, Notre Dame is a great example. It's got so many different cymatic frequencies represented in just even the windows and the portholes, whatever they are. But these were obvious healing centers for humans.
Are they getting anywhere trying to rebuild that thing?
I don't know. It's the thing is like, there's no telling. It's a shame that it burned down.
Have you seen the 2 new cathedrals in Moscow?
Mm-mm.
That is really a trip. I mean, one is called the Cathedral of Christ the Savior, Храм Христа Спасителя, and the other is called the Military Cathedral, or Voyenny Храм. Or the Voyenny Храм is also called it's got some other kind of a name for it. But those are overwhelming, absolutely colossal, and especially the cathedral. Just get on YouTube or Google, either one. Probably YouTube is better. Just type in Cathedral of Christ the Savior, Moscow. It's absolutely stunning. And this is within the last 15, 20 years, right? I mean, this is the work of Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, it says here, I'm looking at it now, it says it was...
Yeah, the trouble is, Teddy, the trouble is with what you're saying is, yes, they have done that, but there was a big political turmoil back there in around 2005 from memory. And what you've got now is a lot of people involved in that religious institution that really never did their full apprenticeship, is probably my best way of putting it. So it does seem to be easily led by the state, which is something that basically hasn't happened for many centuries. So it led the state, and now the state's leading it. And yes, you can build some nice buildings, but that's not what it's meant to be about. So, yeah. So, and while I'm here, hey, if you're on the chat, yeah, we are live.
Right.
We're about to call it, guys. So,
they're asking in the chat up.
We went 20 minutes over, but we're going to get back to some videos now.
No, it was a conversation. It was a pretty good conversation.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah. Sorry to run it over, guys. My bad.
No, that's fine. It turned out to be a lot. It was really good. Yeah, I enjoyed it. We'll come back if you're going to be around. I just want to show some videos for a little while. A lot of people have commented, telling me.
Okay, I sort of need to get to sleep, people. It's like, I'm sort of past.
That's all right,
Yeah, we'll do this, in 1 and 2 hour splotches. But yes, Ted, it was great to talk to you again. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, man. Glad to hear you feeling better, Ted.
Oh, my pleasure. It's like, we can do this more often. Of
course.
I'm retired, right? And it's like, that says you may not have much money. You got plenty of time.
I know that's
I
know that's right. All right, guys. Yeah. All right, well, I'll call you back in about an hour. If you don't answer, then you don't answer. All right, see you.
Okay.
Oh, that was fun. I always enjoy talking to the guys. I just don't want it to get too long in the tooth. I like to change gears a lot because I don't want to become boring, And I don't think it was, but that was me. I'm biased. All right, so we're going to get back into it. I had something picked out. I surely did. I can't remember what it was. How nice. Well, Let's get into a little Christian Birkeland, shall we? 20 minutes.
The most important scientists and discoveries of the 20th century that you may never have heard of. Christian Birkeland. Christian Olaf Bernhard Birkeland, 13th of December 1867 to June 15th, 1917, was a Norwegian scientist who has been called the first space scientist and the father of plasma experiments in the laboratory and space. He is perhaps most well known for his scientific work on the aurora using a torella, a magnetized globe, and as inventor of an electromagnetic cannon and a method of electrically producing artificial fertilizer. He also became a full professor of physics at the University of Oslo at the age of 31. Birkeland also had astrophysical research published on cathode rays, the zodiacal lights, comets, the sun and sunspots, the origin of planets and their satellites, the Earth's magnetism. Some of Birkeland's other contributions to science included: derived the general expression for the Poynting vector, gave the first general solution to Maxwell's equations, pioneered the field of charged particle beams, utilized the concept of longitudinal mass, constructed the first foil diodes, pioneered the field of visible light photography of electrical discharges, advocated charged particle propulsion engines for space travel, created Norsk Hydro's nitrogen fertilizer industry, the Birkelandite method for production of potassium nitrate, pioneered the field of visible light photography of electrical discharges, advocated charged particle propulsion engines for space travel. This guy's no joke. Created Norsk Hydro's nitrogen fertilizer industry, invented an electromagnetic railgun capable of firing a 10-kilogram projectile, established Birkeland's firearms company, anticipated cosmic rays, discovered in 1911. With his calculations involving energies of several billion electron volts, held patents on the electromagnetic cannon, electric blankets, solid margarine, and hearing aids. In 1969, when field-aligned currents had been identified in the Earth's atmosphere, they were named in his honor, Birkeland currents. In 1913, Birkeland may have been the first to predict that plasma was ubiquitous in space. He wrote, "It seems to be a natural consequence of our points of view to assume that the whole of space is filled with electrons and flying electric ions of all kinds. We have assumed that each stellar system in evolutions throws off electric corpuscles into space. It does not seem unreasonable, therefore, to think that the greater part of the material masses in the universe is found, not in the solar systems or nebulae, but in empty space." In 1916, Birkeland was probably the first person to successfully predict that solar wind behaves as do all charged particles in an electric field. From a physical point of view, it is most probable that these new solar rays are neither exclusively negative nor positive rays, but of both kinds. In other words, the solar wind consists of both negative electrons and positive ions. Field-aligned Birkeland currents. See also on possible electric phenomena in solar systems and nebulae by Christian Birkeland. Birkeland suggested that polar electric currents, today referred to as the auroral electrojets, were connected to a system of currents that flowed along geomagnetic field lines into and away from the polar region. He provided a diagram of field-aligned currents in his book, The Norwegian Aurora Polaris Expedition, 1902 and 1903. This diagram is reproduced on the back of the banknote in the lower right corner. This book contains chapters on magnetic storms on the Earth and their relationship to the Sun, the origin of the Sun itself, comets, and the rings of Saturn. Birkeland's vision of field-aligned currents became the source of a controversy that continued for a quarter of a century because their existence could not be confirmed from ground-based measurements alone. Yeah, neither can black holes. They say they exist. The absolute proof of Birkeland's field-aligned currents could only come from observations made above the ionosphere and satellites. A magnetometer on board a U.S. Navy navigation satellite launched in 1963 observed magnetic disturbances on nearly every pass over the high latitude regions of the Earth. Magnetic disturbances were originally interpreted as hydromagnetic waves, but it was soon realized that they were due to field line or Birkeland currents. The first complete map of the statistical location of Birkeland currents in the Earth's polar region was developed in 1974 by A.J. Samuda and J.C. Armstrong and refined in 1976 from satellite-borne magnetic field observations. The ring encircling the magnetic pole depicted on the back of the banknote is similar to the patterns of Birkeland and current derived from satellites. Birkeland's face appears a second time in a watermark in the blank space above the drawing of the Torella, and his rudimentary magnetosphere appears on the back, but is only visible under ultraviolet light. And he's quite a smart guy, that's for sure. It seems to be a natural consequence of our points of view to assume that the whole of space is filled with electrons and flying electric ions of all kinds. A very few lonely pioneers make their way to high places never before visited. They create the living conditions of mankind, and the majority are living on their work. Christian Birkeland. Electromagnetic cannon. The scale of Birkeland's research enterprises was such that the time-honored matter of funding became an overwhelming obstacle. Recognizing that technological invention could bring wealth, he developed an electromagnetic cannon in 1900. He obtained patents on what we now call an electromagnetic.
I didn't want to interrupt the show. I just want to say one thing. I always harken back to Earth and Upheaval, when Velikovsky said that the decade between 1895 and 1905 had the most scientific discoveries and breakthroughs than any decade in history. That's saying something.
Coil gun and, with some investors, formed a firearms company. The coil gun worked, except the high muzzle velocities he predicted, 600 meters per second, were not produced. The most he could get from his largest machine was 100 meters per second, corresponding to a disappointing projectile range of only 1 kilometer. So he renamed the device an aerial torpedo and arranged a demonstration with the express aim of selling the company. At the demonstration, one of the coils shorted and produced a sensational inductive arc, complete with noise, flame, and smoke. This was the first failure of any of the launchers that Birkeland had built. It could easily have been repaired and another demonstration organized. However, fate intervened in the form of an engineer named Sam Eade. At a dinner party, only 1 week later, Eade told Birkeland that there was an industrial need for the biggest flash of lightning that can be brought down to Earth in order to make artificial fertilizer. Birkeland's climactic reply was, "I have it." There were no more attempts to sell the firearms company. He worked with Eade only long enough to build a plasma arc device for the nitrogen fixation process. The pair worked to develop the prototype furnace into a design that was economically viable for large-scale manufacture. Birkeland then enjoyed adequate funding for his only real interest, research. The fact that Birkeland joined with Eade as a business partner appears to have been one of the reasons why Birkeland was unsuccessful in being awarded the Nobel Prize for his idea. Eade wanted to be nominated along with Birkeland. However, the Nobel Prize is designed to recognize the original idea, not any commercial applications. This resulted in a possibly contentious nomination, and this combined with the fact that at that time relations between Sweden and Norway were delicate, meant that he wasn't nominated by the committee. Investigating the aurora. After encouragement from his math teacher, Birkeland bought a bar magnetic and read about William Gilbert's 1544 to 1603 study of Earth's magnetism and his Torella made from naturally magnetized lodestone. Of course, lodestone is where the word magnetism came from, because it was by Magnese. Gilbert surmised that the Earth was like a bar magnet whose magnetism was somehow related to electricity. He organized several expeditions to Norway's high latitude region, where he established a network observatories under the auroral regions to collect magnetic field data. The results of the Norwegian polar expedition, conducted from 1899 to 1900, contained the first determination of the global pattern of electric currents in the polar region from ground magnetic field measurements. The discovery of X-rays inspired Birkeland to develop vacuum chambers to study the influence of magnets on cathode rays. An example of one of his experiments is depicted on the left front of the banknote. It shows a magnetized Torella simulating the Earth, suspended in an evacuated box. Birkeland noticed that an electron beam directed toward the Torella was guided toward the magnetic poles and produced rings of light around the poles, and concluded that the aurora could be produced in a similar way. He developed a theory in which energetic electrons were ejected from sunspots on the solar surface, directed to the Earth, and guided to the Earth's polar regions by the geomagnetic field, where they produced the visible aurora. Birkeland was nominated for the Nobel Prize no less than 7 times. Birkeland's Torella showing a spiral form on possible electric phenomena in solar systems and nebulae. So he wrote a book, okay. The Sun. A series of experiments that I have made with a magnetic globe as cathode and a large vacuum box for the purpose of studying analogies to the zodiacal light and Saturn's ring have led to discoveries that appear to be of great importance for the solar theory. We have already several times had occasion to give various particulars regarding the manner in which these experiments were carried out. It is by powerful magnetization of the magnetizable globe that phenomena answering to Saturn's rings is produced. During this process, polar radiation and disruptive discharges at the equator, which happens to be a unipolar discharge, may also occur. If the current intensity of discharge is great, if the magnetization of the globe be reduced, or the tension of the discharge increased gradually, the luminous ring round the globe will be reduced to a minimum size, after which another equatorial ring is developed and expands rapidly. It has been possible for the ring to develop in such a manner that it could easily be demonstrated by radiation on the most distant wall of my large vacuum tube. The corresponding ring would then have a diameter of 70 centimeters, while the diameter of the globe was 8 centimeters. Very interesting. It is a corresponding primary ring of radiant matter about the sun that, in my opinion, can give an efficient explanation to the various zodiacal light phenomena. In the above-mentioned experiments, it is seen how the rays from polar regions bend down in a simple curve about the equatorial plane of the globe to continue their course outwards from the globe in the vicinity of this plane. An auroral is hereby produced about the magnetic globe, with ray structure at the poles. The whole thing strongly resembling pictures of the sun's corona. Rarefied gases rendering luminous by similar discharges from the sun would first emit a light of their own and then diffuse that of the sun. It is well known that the spectrum of the corona contains above all a brilliant ray of coronium. And besides this, there is a faint continuous spectrum, probably due to reflected solar light. If the sun's corona is of an electric origin, such as we have here assumed, we might perhaps expect to see an enormous ring of light about the sun every time the Earth, during an eclipse of the sun, stood very nearly in the plane of the sun's equator. This would have to be upon the assumption that in the spaces far from the sun there is a gas that can become electrically luminescent, or in an electric state able to reflect sunlight. It is possible to believe, however, that the sun's chromosphere, which is a sharply defined envelope of hydrogen, is again surrounded by an envelope of coronium of almost limitless extent. Analogies from the Earth's atmosphere, whose nature has been made clearer through the latest researches of Hahn, H-A-N-N, Humphrey, and Wagner, seem at any rate to indicate that the above-mentioned assumption is probable. Wagner has recently shown that there must be new fundamental layer limits in the Earth's atmosphere above a covering of hydrogen, which prevails from a height of 75 to 200 kilometers. A new gas is to be found, which he calls geocoronium, extending up to such heights that the steady auroral arcs, for instance, that are observed as much as 600 kilometers above the Earth, would be due to electric luminescence in this gas. We will now pass on to experiments that, in my opinion, have brought about the most important discoveries in the long chain of experimental analogies to terrestrial and cosmic phenomena that I have produced. In the experiments represented in figures 248A and E, there are some small white patches on the globe, which are due to a kind of discharge that, under ordinary circumstances, is disrupted and which radiates from points on the cathode. If the globe has a smooth surface and is not magnetized, the disruptive discharges come rapidly, one after after another and are distributed more or less uniformly all over the globe. On the other hand, if the globe is magnetized, even very slightly, the patches from which the disruptive discharges issue arrange themselves then in two zones parallel with the magnetic equator of the globe. And the more powerfully the globe is magnetized, the nearer do they come to the equator. With a constant magnetization, the zones of patches will be found near the equator if the discharge tension is low, but far from the equator if the tension is high. The pressure of the gas is very small during these discharges. The patches, a narrow pencil of cathode rays so intense that the gas is illuminated all along the pencil up to the wall of the tube. This splendid phenomenon recalls our hypothesis, according to which sunspots sometimes send out into space long pencils of cathode rays. Schuster has recently made some serious objections to the hypothesis that sunspots emit direct, rather well-defined pencils of cathode rays, a hypothesis which was put forward by me in 1899 and 1900 and by Maunder in 1904, the origin of magnetic storms. Schuster considers that the velocity of such cathode particles as they sweep past the Earth is reduced to about 9 kilometers per second. It is otherwise with the more refined form in which the theory has been presented by Professor Birkeland, who qualitatively, at any rate, has shown that an agreement might be reached if we can imagine the particles to be drawn in towards the Earth by its magnetic forces, so that for the time being their motion is regulated by the position of Earth's magnetic poles. Nevertheless, the argument from energy and from electrostatic considerations alike has now been shown to be fatal to the theory in any form. Schuster considers that the velocity of such cathode particles as they swept past the Earth is reduced to about 9 kilometers per second, and that the passage between the Sun and the Earth would take about a year, so that the magnetic effects of such rays could not reproduce, even roughly, the characteristic features of a magnetic disturbance. He does, it is true, say at the conclusion of his paper. I do not think, however, that Schuster's objections have any serious bearing on my theory. If we consider the properties which the new sunbeams must be assumed to possess. I have shown that cathode rays from the sun, which are to strike down towards the Earth in the aurora polaris zones, must have a transversal mass, about m equals 1.83 times 10 to the third. In other words, the longitudinal mass of our particles is 6 milliard times greater than the mass of the particles upon which Schuster calculates in his energy comments. Thus, these cathode rays will pass the Earth, not with a velocity of 9 kilometers, but with a velocity very little short of that of light. Birkeland organized several expeditions to Norway's high-latitude regions, where he established a network of observatories under the auroral region to collect magnetic field data. The results of the Norwegian polar expedition, conducted from 1899 to 1900, contained the first determination of the global pattern of electric currents in the polar region from ground magnetic field measurements. The discovery of X-rays inspired Birkeland to develop vacuum chambers to study the influence of magnets on cathode rays. Birkeland noticed that an electron beam directed toward a magnetized torella was guided toward the magnetic poles and produced rings of light around the poles, and concluded that the aurora could be produced in a similar way. He developed a theory in which energetic electrons were ejected from sunspots on the solar surface, directed to the Earth, and guided to the Earth's polar regions by the geomagnetic field, where they produced the visible aurora. This is essentially the theory of the aurora today. Birkeland proposed in 1908 in his book, The Norwegian Aurora Polaris Expedition 1902-1903, that polar electric currents, today referred to as auroral electrojet, were connected to a system of currents that flowed along geomagnetic field line into and away from the polar region. Such field-aligned currents are known today as Birkeland currents in his honor. He provided on the 1902-1903 expedition contains chapters on magnetic storms on the Earth and their relationship to the Sun, the origin of the Sun itself, Halley's Comet, and the rings of Saturn. Birkeland's vision of what are now known as Birkeland currents, became the source of a controversy that continued for over a half-century. Because their existence could not be confirmed from ground-based measurements alone, his theory was disputed and ridiculed at the time as a fringe theory by mainstream scientists, most notoriously by the eminent British geophysicist, mathematician hoity-toity Sidney Chapman, who argued the mainstream view that currents could not cross the vacuum of space and therefore the currents had to be generated by the Earth. Birkeland's theory of the aurora continued to be dismissed by the mainstream, astrophysicists. After his death in 1917, it was notably championed by the Swedish plasma scientist Hans Elfvén. Go Hans! But Elfvén's work, in turn, was also disputed by Chapman. Because he's the big root.
He's one of them guys that looks like they're always smell poo.
Proof of Birkeland's theory, they don't have to be wrong or right when they get to that status. They're God. Proof of Birkeland's theory, I don't think they could handle it if they found out they were wrong. They'd be like the Boston Strangler at the end of the movie when everybody was talking to him and he just stood there staring straight ahead. He wouldn't be able to handle it. Tony Curtis, you'd have to be able to see that. Okay. Swedish plasma scientist Hans Elfvén was disputed by Chapman. Proof of Birkeland's theory of the aurora only came in 1967 after a probe was sent into space. The crucial results were obtained from the U.S. Navy satellite 1963. 38C, launched in 1963, carrying a magnetometer above the ionosphere. Magnetic disturbances were observed on nearly every pass over the high latitude regions of the Earth. So there he got his revenge, but old Sidney went to his grave thinking he was right. Well, hoping he was right, but really deep down inside he had to know he was wrong, if he had any intelligence at all. But those people, their egos are so big. It's just hard for me to fathom, really. You would think they'd want to know the truth, but that's not the way they are. It's just ridiculous. It's a little insane to think about it. Oh well, I'll stop laughing.
When it comes down to the end, he was just another insecure little man who stood in the way of true progress. It's happened so many times we lost count.
Birkeland was born in Kristiania, Oslo, today, Norway. Wrote his first scientific paper at the age of 18. Birkeland married Ida Charlotte Hammer in 1905. They had no children due to Birkeland's... Well, I'll stop laughing.
When it comes down to the end, he was just another insecure little man who stood in the way of true progress. It's happened so many times we lost count.
Birkeland was born in Kristiania, Oslo, today, Norway. Wrote his first scientific paper at the age of 18. Birkeland married Ida Charlotte Hammer in 1905. They had no children. Due to Birkeland's preoccupation with his work, they divorced in 1911. He was a man on a mission, one of those people. Suffering from severe paranoia due to his use of Veronal as a sleeping aid, he died under mysterious circumstances in his room in the Hotel Seioken in Tokyo, while visiting colleagues at the University of Tokyo. A post-mortem revealed that Birkeland had taken 10 grams of Veronal the night he died, instead of 0.5 recommended dose. The time of death was estimated at 7 a.m. on the 15th of June, 1917. Some authors have claimed that he committed suicide. On the nightstand lay a revolver. Often geniuses can't sleep. They're insomniacs. And I don't know what that Veronal is, but I have to take a sleep aid. I'm not saying I'm a genius, but there are a lot of people that have sleeping problems. I think probably might have a lot of it with him had to do with the way he was done, just dirty by mainstream establishment science. Can you imagine if they would have got Birkeland and Tesla together in the same room, what they could have done? These were the two leading scientists of the early 20th century, if you ask me.
They basically used paranormal stuff to stretch the credulity of the German public so they would accept the big lies. And it's being used here the same way because the same people basically instigated it in this country after the war. And so they basically created the whole UFO field to number one, to cover up the UFO secrets. Number two, to stretch the credulity by talking about aliens. Basically what this does is this wallows a big hole in the credulity of the average person so that they will believe anything the government tells them. And this has been the whole idea. And I'm a little encouraged by the fact that people are starting to question the government more and more every day, and I think it's about time. But it goes much further beyond what people suspect. They don't realize that the science books have been distorted and so forth. So they're actually teaching kids scientific garbage, in many respects. But
I don't doubt that at all. It's if we look at the whole field of education overall, it's going down the tubes. But has there been kind of, as you see it, then a battle of different directions that the scientific field could have taken, but again they've avoided it? I mean, again, there seems to be a split really in the early 1900s.
Yeah, the dissenters have basically been overpowered, of course, by the unlimited money and propaganda of the government because, people like J.P. Morgan, he took over, he had a monopoly of communications. He owned not only the telephone distribution and power distribution, but he also owned all the radio stations and banks and so forth. So basically, what I call physics is popular physics is basically stuff that real physicists don't really pay any attention to that stuff. They don't use relativism in their scientific processes.
The most important scientists and discoveries of the
Okay, we're going to switch gears, listen to a chapter of Solaria Benaria. So it's a dang good book. This is a brief one.
Chapter 14, Golden Age and Nova of Super Saturn. The great god, Saturn, identified by many names of many cultures, and often associated with the planet, which has been known in the most ancient times by that name, is the son of a god. In the ancient Buddhist liturgy, he is called Ravasuda, or son of the sun. Uranus, by his many names, does not have a father, but he is often referred to as the father of Saturn. Uranus is killed, castrated, defeated, retired, or dismissed, and usually it is the work of a Saturn figure. The physical circumstances of his end are those that may be associated with a stellar nova. As we have described it, so too Saturn comes to his end in a disastrous struggle thousands of years later, in favor of a new planetary god, Jupiter, also called by many names, and usually made the son of Saturn. There is reason to believe that the ancients, when they used the metaphor father-son, refer to sky bodies, meant the most direct and close relationship of one body to another. Saturn came into his own as king of the gods in the period following the destruction of Super Uranus and the ejection of the moon. We have recited only a portion of the mythic evidence for the period immediately following the rise of the moon god or goddess. There is little coherent knowledge of human societies of the time. Thousands of years were required for the reconstruction of the Earth's surface and the recovery of the biosphere. The possibilities of monumental and record-keeping cultures were low for many generations. Perhaps the moon would receive the extensive and obsessive worship of a great god, even the great god, for some 3,000 years before Saturn came into his own as ruler of the gods. More likely, we think, would be an earlier determination that the moon was fixed and captive, pallid, and earthly in origin, hence capable safely of dependent status, along with the Earth. Under Saturnian rule, Saturn would have ruled, therefore, either from 11,500 or from about 8,000 down to 5,700 years ago. The concluding date of 5700 BP, before present, is related to proto-historical times, the time of the Great Deluge of Noah, in the Bible and the first dynasty of Egypt. The date is likely to be fixed with exactness someday, A Sumerian prison, for instance, names 10 kings who ruled before the flood, and says, "Then the flood swept over the earth. After the flood swept over, kingship again descended from heaven." Wiseman, the editor of the Prism, adds that there is actually a line drawn across the text to separate the post-diluvian events from those occurring before the flood. At this time, as the Saturn era moved toward the close, the disk of Saturn appeared 3 times larger than today's sun. Well, it would have to be. Its orbit about the sun took about 64 present days. Earth was still wheeling in orbit between the sun and Saturn, such that from Earth, Saturn looked about 4/5 as large as the sun. In a time close to 3 present days, Earth completed its circuit about the arc. Granted, an elliptical orbit, similar to that for binary stars of 64-day period, note D, Saturn and the Sun, would apparently expand and diminish in size. Talbott, page 181. With this movement, timekeeping would be suggestible and simple. The Earth would also enjoy 2 seasons, cooler and warmer, each of more than 30 days duration. Brahma, as Super Saturn, absorbs, regurgitates, and reabsorbs as the ages pass. Mullen, page 15. So does Kronos, identified here with Super Saturn. As with Super Uranus, Kronos' instability made him less than an ideal father. In Greek myth, the great god Kronos, Saturn, swallowed at least 5 of the children born to him out of his sister's wife Rhea. She then hid her youngest, Zeus, and fed a wrapped stone to Kronos. When Zeus matured, he led a revolt that ended in the banishment of Kronos, after he had vomited up all his children alive. He's like, I was only kidding. The interpretation here is that Super Saturn was absorbing fragments that remained from the Super Uranus debacle, or ones erupted later by Super Saturn itself. Then, during its instability, it exploded back, a number of them, before as a nova. It fissioned into 4 major parts, corresponding in the myth to Jupiter, Zeus, his brothers Hades and Poseidon, and Saturn Minor, the distant planet of today. That Saturn possessed satellites was known to the ancients, Schumann Ogiogan. That Saturn was regarded as a second sun, a night sun. It is shown by Cordona, 1977, page 33. That it was bright is claimed by numerous ancient texts and authors. Surveyed by Jastrow, Mullen, Greenberg, Sizemore, and Velikovsky, 1973-1978. Cordona, 1977. That it became exceedingly brilliant just before the deluge of Noah is implied in Hebrew legends. Schumann Ogiogan, quoting Ginsburg. One Hebrew source has the star as bright as 100 suns. That widespread cultures held Saturn, the god responsible for the deluge, is made clear by several authors already cited. That Saturn, the planet, was deemed responsible for the flood. It is equally plain, especially Velikovsky, 1978 and 1979. Velikovsky appears to have been the first to claim that Saturn became a nova, an idea that he found buried in Jewish rabbinical commentaries on the deluge. That Jupiter was a prime element in the nova and subsequent events is evidenced in many of the same places. Akkadian Saturn reproaches Enlil, or Jupiter, for having caused the sky waters to fall. Yes, I've heard that Velikovsky got in trouble for with certain parties, I guess, that are affiliated with that, because that was knowledge they did not want, the horde to have, I guess, for lack of a better term. But Velikovsky didn't see people like that. That's one of the things I like about the man the most. He respected people, but he never got any. In the mainstream, that is. That Jupiter was a prime element in the nova and subsequent events is evidenced in many of the same places. Ea, the Akkadian Saturn, reproaches Enlil, or Jupiter, for having caused the sky waters to fall. Triceres, a son of Prajapati and a saintly Saturn figure, was a 3-headed god with heads resembling the sun, the moon, and the fire, which we interpret respectively as Saturn itself. The celestial crescent and the electric arc, Indra, a Hindu Jupiter, slew Triceres with a thunderbolt, whereupon Triceres' 3 heads shone with brilliant energy until they were cut off. and then flocks of birds flew out of them, and his fever left his body. The powers that acted in the heavens were manifested to humans amidst increasing disaster. In terror, self-abasement, and pleading, man created a Uranus heaven. Man created a Uranus heaven, religion, and hoped for cosmic tranquility. Unanimously, the legends of the world acknowledge the human to be an imperfect creation. Some have him created more than once, as for instance, the Olmecs of Mexico. They sensed faults in their powerlessness against cosmic forces. They projected, then retrojected their faults to the behavior of the gods. These notions of imperfection were indelibly imprinted. Perhaps never until the past 200 years did humans believe that they and the natural environment might be benignly controlled through human intelligence. What may have most bothered the early humans was their inability to manage their internal psychic systems. They were interminably made anxious and self-reflective by their lack of self-control. From their ungovernable alter egos arise the huge variety of traits and behavior of the gods. They are artifacts of human conduct, analogized to objective features of the natural environment. In every aspect of nature could be found some psychosciognomic and behavioral parallel with the self and with the primary human group with which the self identify. This intrinsic, practically congenital confusion of the inner and outer worlds of mankind was a two-way transaction that led humans to emulate the most extreme and complex manifestations of nature, with results upon human nature and culture that were, in modern perspective, often richly conservative, but frequently self-destructive as well. When the skies opened after the lunar disaster, the new great god, Super Saturn, was visible dimly through the clouds, the Purple Dawn era. To Earth's inhabitants, they had already been religious for millennia, and might readily once more identify the sky objects with human forms and actions, and project their hopes and fears upon the heavenly objects newly visible. And we still do it today. You just look out there at the nebulas. It's just uncanny how they look like people. It's crazy. But I can understand if you had that stuff, just up in the immediate sky. Can you imagine how awesome it would be? It would be hard not to think that they're spirits. But even with ancient man, how crazy they were. Like if you've watched the video that I made on the Greeks, the Greek way, man, despotism and hardcore religion was all there was. The only place to expand the mind in was mathematics. Go figure. Now we know why it's so prominent in today's science. They had already been religious for millennia and might readily once more identify the sky objects with human forms and actions and project their hopes and fears upon the heavenly objects newly visible. Magic, spiritualism, and animism, which have been regarded sometimes as substitutes for the predecessors of celestial religion, were derivative accompaniments of the human preoccupation with celestial behavior. They were forms of homeopathic social medicine for the great disease, the Great Schism. The first religions were, in the broadest sense, monotheistic. Heaven was worshipped as the active power. As we set forth earlier, from the very beginning, humans have tended toward a supreme god. The Chinese, with Qian, may have been the most persistent in abstracting a monotheistic idea from the heavens and using it through a succession of specifically powerful heavenly forces. The I Ching gives this sequence. The first principle is heaven, Tian, eternally present, chaos without form. The second principle is the first sun, giver of time, called the arouser. The third principle is the second sun, an orderer, the limiter. The arouser appears to have been both Super Uranus and Saturn. A merging of memories over time also has to be found in other cultures. Figure 32. The Chinese craftsman god is Paraja. Fu Si, Nu Q, measure the squareness of the earth and the roundness of heaven with their implements. The god is depicted enthroned atop a serpent-like column, arm in arm with his mate. It is tempting to suggest that this picture illustrates the situation during the age of Saturn. with the God Star perched atop the fiery electric arc, which rose above the world and faded in the distance into the golden sky. The ancient Persians and others asserted that God created Saturn, whence Saturday, on his sixth and last day of labor, before resting on the seventh day, whence Sabbath equals rest. Cardona, 1978, page 34. The implication is that all things, the separation of heaven and earth, the celestial objects thus revealed, the biosphere, the advent of the moon, and mankind, were all accomplished before Saturn appeared. Various scholars identify the biblical Elohim as Saturn, Dis and Tilana. More likely, the story adopts the designation of God employed during the Saturnian age, as, for example, it was assertedly retold by Moses in Genesis. But Elohim, at the beginning of Genesis, is behaving like the great inactive Demiurge brooding over the Pangean chaos, who then becomes activated as Super Uranus in the troubled phase and creates the world. As mankind, born on the sixth day, here we go, received and perceived the cosmos, whereupon a more detailed account begins, relating the Hebrew experience with Saturn as distinct from the more general aboriginal human experience. When the gods changed, humans bowed to the changes. Of course, this repeated behavior over thousands of years is a significant motif in religious history. The lamentations over the death of Saturn were worldwide, because Saturn died in what was an historical period, although little of its civilization remains. The historical and obsessive mourning shows mankind affected by, not affecting, a real tragedy. Thousands of years after the death of the second son and the end of his age, the Roman government was acting to suppress infant sacrifice to Saturn. The parallels between could you imagine sacrificing your baby? They were nuts. The parallels between Saturn and Christ as a Saturnian figure are numerous. The Passion of Christ is historically and psychologically a reenactment of the character, the unjust death, and the resurrection of the god who had died some 4,000 years earlier as Osiris, Saturn. Frequently, efforts, philosophically, to cover over the deep trench of tradition connecting the two gods have failed to divert the mainstream. Such efforts have built a distinctive existential character for Christ. The age of Saturn in cultural terms was probably what is usually designated as Upper Paleolithic and Neolithic. It would be the age of Atlantis and other civilizations, lost to view in the disasters that followed. Saturn, who is generally accredited with bringing agriculture and other useful arts to mankind, was the first lord of the mill, a sky wheel grinding out material and spilling it upon the earth, gold, salt, sand, and stones. Before it sank into the cosmic maelstrom, it ground salt into the sea, Dis and Tilana. The Saturnian deluge was caused by a saltwater tree cut down by Tabor. According to the Huna Indians, Ibid, in Hindu myth, the gods were turning the heavenly waters and ground salt into the seas. Tresman Hogan. Salt domes are among the most common of the mineral intrusions that are scattered over the Earth's surface. Small ones are about 1 cubic kilometer in extent, but some are several hundred times this extent. The largest known salt dome is in Calou Island Bay, Merchantland, Louisiana. Its size is unknown, but it is estimated to be 43 kilometers long, 20 kilometers wide, and 6 kilometers deep. If so, it contains about 10 to the 13 tons of salt. Globally, 950 large salt domes are being used for mining. In some region, these domes are associated with petroleum and natural gas deposits. Other, figure 33, the churning of the sea. Other, Vishnu sits atop Mount Mandara, accompanied by his wife, Lakshmi. The mountain of the world is being spun as a great snake. Vasuki is pulled to and fro by the Devas, grasping the snake's neck to the left, and the Asuras holding its head to the right. Together they turn the sea of milk, producing the liquid of immortality. Unfortunately, their turning became so violent that it threatened the earth, whereupon Vishnu, as the avatar of the turtle, seen here below the mountain, came to save the world by assuming the role as its pivot. Still, the world was threatened by the heat of the turning until Indra sent the deluge from heaven to quench the fire. Courtesy LaRousse Encyclopedia of Mythology. Places have sulfur deposits associated with the salt intrusions. Since most salt domes have been found scattered widely from the 3 major salt dome fields known today, it is unreasonable to think that only a small fraction of the buried salt has been discovered. These immense deposits of salt in the ground suggest a non-marine source of all salt. The salt in the seas can be explained in terms of salt falls from space. That's right, and we have just tons of it. And for some reason, sea salt, not table salt, because they diet and take all the minerals out. But sea salt is very good for you. It's got all the minerals that are in the human body. Every time I think about it deeply, it blows my mind. Something had to take place within humans had to exist. I mean, there has to be a link there. Whence comes the golden age of Saturn? We have the same amount of salt in our blood that resides in the oceans. The golden age of Saturn is golden. Whence comes the golden age of Saturn? Saturn is golden. So is the light on Earth. The interruptions of absorbing the children were spaced out, perhaps half a dozen marking disasters, over 2,300 years. That followed the lunar period. Meanwhile, life on Earth may have been easy in most places. There was no ice age. Travel by boat was easy, for the breezes were mild. Antarctic may have been mapped in this age. Since an ancient map showing its outline beneath the present snow apparently has been found, and since no later age would have been able to produce it, because the coastline was invisible, Hapgood, 1966. The northernmost and southernmost regions were quite habitable, even tropical. The continental shelves and slopes had become livable. There was a plenitude of moisture and all-year warmth. The plenum and electrosphere were still insulating. Further, Earth was holding its own surface atmosphere despite the thinning of the plenum under Saturn. The plenum became increasingly more transparent. The arc was less brilliant and more intermittent. Yet, the fire was there, binding Earth to its great god. Kronos is addressed in an Orphic hymn as "You who hold the indestructible bond," while his Babylonian alter ego held the bond of heaven and earth, Tressman Ogie Hogan. The central fire is also represented, likely, in the innumerable pillars, phalluses, bonds, pinnacle, pyramid, and one-legged god, Talbott, 1980, page 190. Even the jagged sickle with which Kronos castrated Uranus may have symbolized the electrical axis being severed from Super Uranus. Manu, a Hindu creator god of the flood, stood on one leg for thousands of years, contemplating his world design. All of these images are closely connected with Saturn, often by name as well as by symbol. Yahweh is imagined in Jewish legend as radiant atop Mount Zion. And Kronos Saturn ruled Mount Olympus before Zeus toppled him. Super Saturn sat atop the sky, a dull red disk, 3 times the size of the present sun. Because of the Earth's offset from the arc, the subsolar position on Saturn's face was askew 21% from the center of its disk. The arc impinged upon about 5% of Saturn's face. Below Saturn, it widened like a tree until it passed Earth's horizon, where it was something like 15 degrees wide. The instant worldwide legendary connections between the Pleiades, the deluge, and Saturn as god and planet, Cardona, 1978, point to the likelihood of the deluge as having occurred at the time when Super Saturn had masked the star group, and of the Pleiades having emerged for the first observable time in the sky at the zenith, following the clearing of this place by the actual bodies and the debris of the nova. The Pleiades were widely taken to be remnants of the deluge nova by the myths. The report of Seneca about Berosus history, to the effect that when the stars are lined up in Capricorn, a great flood occurs, can be interpreted to mean that the deluge occurred at the time of year when Capricorn was astrologically dominant, which, in the period when astrology crystallized, would have fallen near the end of the year. But the end of the year is the end of the age of Saturn. Hence, the floods of Capricorn are associated with the Saturnian deluge. Yes, after the age of Sagittarius, which is just what I thought. That's why I did that astrology show on Sagittarius. Also to be considered is the naming of the large sky area, the Celestial Sea, where the two Pisces, the zodiacal one, and the southern one, Cetus, Whale, Eridanus, Styx, the river, on the band. Zodiacal. Capricornus and Aquarius are the dominant constellations. These aquatic images suggest the presence of vast celestial waters, and their one-time general location. Celestial aquatic motifs are common, as in the Gillespie stone, discovered near a small town of that name in northern Scotland. Figure 34. At the moment of the nova, the electric arc was interpreted long enough to free Mars, Earth, Apollo, and Mercury from their million-year captivity along the axis of the binary partners. Thereupon, they orbited the Sun independently for the first time, moving along the plane close to that of the binary. Their new, roughly coplanar orbits were similar to, but much more closely spaced than the orbits of these same planets today. At the same time of its nova, Super Saturn broke into at least 3 major fragments. These pieces, constituting the present Jupiter, Saturn, and Neptune, all receded from the Sun following the fission. Jupiter, the largest surviving piece, took up a position near the Earth's present orbit. Saturn Minor, the intermediate-sized part, blew into space beyond Mars' present orbit. Neptune receded beyond Jupiter's present orbit after depositing much water into the Earth's electrosphere. In the nova, charge was expelled from Super Saturn into the plenum and dispersed in surrounding space. It was as if the mass of the system had been reduced 2 1/2-fold, so the planetary motion slowed considerably. Neptune is the Latin identity of the Greek god Poseidon, brother of Jupiter, who, with another brother, Hades, helped Jupiter overturn their father in the Nova Revolt. Poseidon was granted sovereignty of the seas and assumed his role on Earth. Before him, there had been Tethys, goddess of the sea on Earth, and Okeanos, god of the celestial sea girdling Earth. By implication, we conclude that Poseidon played a role in the deluge of the Earth. Figure 34, the Gillespie stone. An interesting collection of ancient celestial motifs, we find aquatic creatures associated with the flood, which ended the age of Saturn, the destroyer god, who felled Saturn from his perch. Stop the column at the center of the world. The 2 stars connected, representing the earlier state of the world. Intertwined serpent, or the electric arc, serpents, which was quenched by the deluge. Synchrotron radiation emitted by the planets Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus have been detected, and cosmic ray sources have now been associated with these planets. Saturn, like Jupiter, emits much more energy than it receives from the Sun. Milton, 1978, Hunt, and Burgess. The heat excess given off by the gaseous planets is an indication of their electrical nature. The emission of X-rays by a stellar source is often taken by astronomers as an indication of a very recent thermonuclear nova. Following our theory, the X-rays emitted by stars and these gaseous planets of the solar system come from electrical transactions. The effects of the deluges of Saturn are a subject beyond the scope of this book. See Patton and Fraser, 1960. Judging by the civilizations reported to have been inundated, the fall of waters must have been worldwide and extremely heavy. Those cultures that disappeared beneath the waters, DeGrazia, 1981, are presumed to have been located at the low-lying coasts of continents, on what are now the continental shelves and slopes. The disappeared civilizations are not the only clues of how much water was involved. The great river canyons that course down the continental slopes to the abyss were in existence before the deluge, and were now inundated and probably greatly eroded, as were all of the valleys of the higher land. The Great Deluge would thus top up the ocean basins of the globe, covering the continental margins left dry after the Uranian deluges. Not only would more water fall on the Earth than in earlier cataclysms, but it would fall in the much shorter period, if indeed the water came down as the Hebrew book of Genesis reports, in 40 days and 40 nights. Then 51% of the Earth's water descended in 3.5 million seconds, 411 tons per square kilometer per second. 1.5 meters of rain each hour. The whole deluge would have amounted to 1.42 kilometer depth of rain upon the Earth's entire surface. Wow, 2 miles almost, at least a mile. Much of this water would have to drain into the basins in order to deepen the seas by more than 2 kilometers. That's a lot. That such a deluge has dominated the myths and legends of the survivors is understandable. Saturn is reputed to have lit up brilliantly and preserved its light for 7 days before the deluge hit the Earth. This may be interpreted as a set of pre-fission flare-ups climaxing with the nova that destroyed Saturn. If the Earth were still only 14 gigameters from Saturn, the debris expanding away at 200 kilometers per second would encounter Earth in a little more than 19 hours. If the 40 days and nights period were of present duration, the problem of depositing light for 7 days before the deluge hit the Earth. This may be interpreted as a set of pre-fission flare-ups climaxing with the nova that destroyed Saturn. If the Earth were still only 14 gigameters from Saturn, the debris expanding away at 200 kilometers per second would encounter Earth in a little more than 19 hours. If the 40 days and nights period were of present duration, the problem of depositing so much water on the Earth would be practically impossible. Millions of heavy cyclones would be needed, even 1 per 30 square kilometers all over the Earth. If they were concentrated at the poles by the electrosphere high above the Earth and funneled down there, the damage might be less. But then the tremendous erosion would be visible today. We think that a longer span of time may have been required, and a day was translated memory of a longer regular interval unknown to us, a magical cipher or a historical error. The problem of deluging the Earth is nearly as difficult to cope with as the recent eruption of the Moon from the Earth. In both almost unimaginable physical phenomena must be conjectured. The biospheric aspect, which often comes first to mind, can be rationalized on the equally incredible capacity of living populations to renew themselves, even postulating Manu and his tiny crew, or Noah and his family as sole survivors. And 1,000 years of exponential growth could fill the land to overflowing. As with the deluges, one does not have to move far from the extremities of the legend to enter the realms of the possible. The astrophysical aspect is more intimidating. See Kofar. To launch the waters and other debris from Saturn is readily conceivable given the nova. To guide it and land it requires the invention of low probability solutions. Even if the dynamics thus far presented can be accepted with respect to Earth, how does one explain the absence of water on Mercury, the Moon, and Mars, all of which would have been in or near the rush of water? Well, they found water on the Moon, they found water on Mars. I wouldn't be surprised, I bet there's water on Mercury too. Where has the water gone? There is almost no sign of water on them, or its having been on them in oceans. Where, too, is the salt? 2 types of probability occur. The 2 planets may have burst out of the magnetic tube ahead of the flood turning down towards the sun, whereas the Earth was entrapped, or else the flood can have descended the tube by a passage occupied at the moment by the Earth alone. In this case, the Moon occupied a special position besides, for it was a considerable distance from the Earth towards the perimeter of the tube. In any case, the Earth would still be luckier than Mercury or Mars, for both of these planets have ruined surfaces and no biospheres. 3 different Jewish legendary statements refer to a diminution of the Moon in size. Tressman, Ogie Hogan. This would occur presumably after the deluge, when the men followed the Earth out of the old magnetic tube and was repelled by Earth into a larger but still captive orbit. 2 legends imply that the stars multiplied then, an expected improvement of visibility in the star system sac. The age of Jupiter now upon the world introduced mankind to the light of the stars and the darkness of the night.
years after her earthquake, all the houses had the roofs sitting on the ground. It's crazy.
Hello, this is Greg. Join us this Saturday night at midnight for another edition of Night Owls, where we will feature Theodore Holden while he elaborates on Herbig Haro objects, human evolution, and the Ganymede hypothesis. I hope to see you there. Thank you.
One of these pictures of a Herbig Haro string, because I want to talk about the Ganymede hypothesis and what that does to any sort of an idea of humans evolving from, evolving from hominids, human evolution. Okay.
Yeah. Got it. Beautiful.
So what I've got here is a picture of a Herbig Haro. I call it a Herbig Haro string, right? Other people call it a Herbig Haro object. And you can see, like in some of the areas here, you can see like a spiral of light, right? And this is the question of what exactly a Birkeland current is, and I've seen two different visions of that. And I need to get together with Don Scott with the Thunderbolts group, right? It's like Donald Scott believes that Birkeland currents are concentric sheaths of current, right? Now, other descriptions that I read indicate that they are pairs of currents which twist around each other like an RNA-DNA spiral, okay? And there is a question as to how solar systems form up, a question as to how you get something like a string of galaxies, right? And they're the same phenomenon, just on a different scale, right? What you've got is like these two currents, like you see here, and they have points where they cross, right?
Yeah.
And at these points where they cross, which are called Z-pinch points, you get electrical short-circuiting, right? To touch each other, and it's like that creates a colossal electromagnetic pinch, right? And those kinds of electromagnetic pinches do have the power to agglomerate the plasma of space into solid objects like stars and protostars. Okay, now you can see over here that you've got some of these, cosmic bodies forming. Okay, you can see a string of round bodies, which conceivably could be stars and planets, right? But more likely that those are stars and protostars, including some dwarf stars, including one bright star here, right? Including what might be dwarf stars, which are not as intense, right? This is the way that solar systems actually do form up in the universe, and that's not what they teach in our schools. What they teach in our schools is simply wrong. And they teach that solar systems form up from swirling masses of cosmic dust or stuff like that under the influence of gravity, right? Well, I mean, gravity is by 40 orders of magnitude the weakest force in nature. I mean, that whole idea is ridiculous. It's like asking the littlest kid in the school to do the powerlifting event with 1,000 pounds in the bar, okay? The universe generally is a gravity-only cosmology. I mean, they teach that gravity is the only force that has any real effect on what you see in space, right? And that's completely wrong. I mean, that forces them into conundrums, right? Into untenable positions, talking about things like dark matter, and the reason they talk about dark matter is, because you can't make a spiral galaxy work with just gravity, right? It would fuzz out. Give me a moment. There's one picture that I like more than some of the others, right? And if I say sight, okay, here, this is lovely. Take a look at this. This is a spiral galaxy, and what you can see is something which gravity couldn't begin to do. You've got like two spiral arms, which are being held in a straight line for a very long distance, and then what happens is at some point the electromagnetic field breaks down and the material trails off. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
You can see where the mouse pointer is here.
What do they call that, Ted? The inverse square law?
No, you're not dealing with.
As gravity breaks off.
You're not dealing with gravity here. It's like you're dealing with electromagnetic force.
Yes, but it's the same. It's basically the same thing.
Yeah, gravity can't do anything like this. And like I said, they try to invent things to let them claim that gravity is doing this. That's ridiculous. Look, it's like they claim that dark matter is like 95% of the universe. They can't detect it. It's like it doesn't show in anything, but there it is, right? It's most of the universe. We're vacuuming that stuff up off of our carpets, like 5 times a day. What you've got here is a galaxy. It's a spiral galaxy, but you can see that it's not something which is run by gravity. It's like you've got this one arm which is being held.
Oh, yeah.
I see that. Mm-hmm.
held in a straight line until some point at which the electromagnetic field breaks down, and then the material trails off. It dissipates and trails off. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Gravity doesn't do things like that. Okay. They teach in our schools that the universe itself is governed entirely by gravity, and that electromagnetic forces don't play any meaningful part. And that's just completely and totally wrong. That's 180 degrees from reality. And they try to use things like dark matter to make that theory work, okay? But here's the problem. Let me explain the problem with that. And this, I think, is the point at which you lost me. Consider the case of our own sun and Alpha Centauri, right? They're trying to claim that dark matter holds everything in our galaxy together. Well, I mean, our galaxy is just a whole bunch of, connections like between the sun and Alpha Centauri, right? The distance, between our sun and Alpha Centauri is typical for the Milky Way galaxy, even in parts of the Milky Way which are bright. And you're talking about what it would take to hold, our sun and Alpha Centauri together by gravity.
Seeing is believing. However, it shouldn't.
Yes, the Herbie Harrow explanation is really good. With accretion, if the sun would have accreted the planets, we'd all have the same axial tilt. We'd all be spinning in the same direction. It's not what we see at all. Mainstream cosmology doesn't even begin to take on the problems. Like I said, I have a couple of quick essays here. I played them the other night. I'm going to play them again. They're only 5 minutes. And 2 and 3 or something like that. And, we got this giant mystery bag. We just throw everything in there that we don't feel like explaining, or that doesn't make sense in the paradigm that we live. In 1929, a group of historians found a map that was drawn on a lambskin. Dating results shown it to be a genuine document drawn up in 1513 by Piri Reis, a famous admiral in the Turkish fleet of the 16th century. It turns out that Piri Reis had privileged access to the library at Constantinople, in which he states that he copied the map from a large number of source maps, some of which dated as far back as the 4th century BC. Unfortunately, the source maps no longer exist. The uncanny thing of it is that the map's extremely accurate. It shows the west coast of Africa, the east coast of South America, and the northern coast of Antarctica. The northern coast of Antarctica is in perfect detail. 300 years before it was discovered in 1818. They didn't know what the ground looked like of Antarctica due to being under 1.5 miles of ice until 1949, when seismology gave the accurate picture and the Piri Reis map matched it exactly. Now, this gives indication that there must have been a high-tech civilization on Earth 11 to 12,000 years ago. There are many more little tidbits of knowledge like that just get tossed into the mystery bag. And then we have the mysterious 2,000-year-old disco colgant that we've gone over before. This thing is truly mind-blowing. 2,000-year-old disco colgant is an object made for unknown reasons, or at least it seems so to us, modern humans. Was it an ancient tool, a high-tech device, a ritual artifact? Does it provide evidence of our ancestors' vast knowledge of astronomy? Of course, but the disco colgant makes us easily believe that this is a graphic representation of the Milky Way, or perhaps some other spiral galaxy. How spiral arms are formed in this type of galaxy is not yet entirely certain. Of course, they have to be electrified plasma. And Halt and Art pretty much prove that all galaxies start out as quasars, and as they gain mass, they lose redshift. He proved that beyond a reasonable doubt, and yet mainstream still
suppresses that knowledge. But modern astronomers know the majority of spiral galaxies contain a central bulge surrounded by a fiat, rotating disk of stars, just like pictured on the Disco Kogans. And the biggest mind blower to me is it has a dot or hole right where the sun is thought to be. That is another one truly amazing find, proving high-tech ancient civilization that just gets put in the mystery bag. Next. And here is a major head-scratcher towards ancient high-tech civilization. 2 billion-year-old nuclear mega-reactor discovered in Africa. In 1972, a worker at a nuclear fuel processing plant noticed something suspicious in a routine analysis of uranium obtained from a normal mineral source from Africa. As is the case with all natural uranium, the material under study contained 3 isotopes, 3 forms of different atomic masses: uranium-238, the most abundant variety, uranium-234, the rarest, and uranium-235, the isotope that is coveted because it can sustain a nuclear chain reaction. For weeks, specialists at the French Atomic Energy Commission, the CEA, remained perplexed. Elsewhere, in the Earth's crust, on the Moon, and even in meteorites, we can find uranium-235 atoms that make up only about 0.72% of the total. But in the samples that were analyzed, which came from the Okio deposit in Gabon, a former French colony in West Africa, uranium-235 constituted only about 0.717%. That small difference was enough to alert French scientists that there was something very strange going on with the minerals. These small details led further investigations, which showed at least a part of the mine was well below the normal amount of uranium-235. Some 200 kilograms appeared to have been extracted in the distant past. Today, that amount is enough to make half a dozen nuclear bombs. Soon, researchers and scientists from all over the world gathered in Gabon to explore what was going on with the uranium from Oklo. What was found in Oklo surprised everyone gathered there. The site where the uranium originated from is actually an advanced subterranean nuclear reactor that goes well beyond the capabilities of our present scientific knowledge. Does that surprise anyone? Researchers believe that this ancient nuclear reactor is about 1.8 billion years old. Of course, they think the Earth is a lot older than we do, and operated for at least 500,000 years in the past. Scientists performed several other investigations at the uranium mine, and the results were made public at a conference of the International Atomic Energy Agency. According to news agencies from Africa, researchers had found traces of fission products and fuel waste at various locations within the mine's area. And incredibly, our modern-day nuclear reactors are really not comparable both in design and functionality with this huge mega reactor. According to studies, this ancient nuclear reactor was several kilometers long. Interestingly, for a large nuclear reactor like this, the thermal impact on the environment was limited to just 40 meters on all sides. What researchers found even more astonishing are the radioactive waste that have still not moved outside the limits of the site, as they have still held in place thanks to the geology of the area. What is surprising is that a nuclear reaction had occurred in a way that the plutonium, the byproduct, was created, and the nuclear reaction itself had been moderated, which is considered as a holy grail for atomic science. The ability to moderate the reaction means that once the reaction was initiated, it was possible to leverage out the output power in a controlled way, with the ability to prevent catastrophic explosions or the release of the energy at a single time. Researchers have dubbed the nuclear reactor at Oklo as a natural nuclear reactor, but the truth about it goes far beyond our normal understanding. Some of the researchers that participated in the testing of the nuclear reactor concluded that the minerals had been enriched in the distant past. They figure around 1.8 billion years ago to spontaneously produce a chain reaction. They also concluded that water had been used to moderate the reaction in the same way that the modern nuclear reactors cool down using graphite cadmium shafts, preventing the reactor from going into critical state and exploding all of this in nature. However, Dr. Glenn T. Seaborg, former head of the United States Atomic Energy Commission and Nobel Prize winner for his work in the synthesis of heavy elements, pointed out that for uranium to burn in a reaction, conditions must be exactly right. For example, the water involved in the nuclear reaction must be extremely pure. Even a few parts per million of contaminant will poison the reaction, bringing it to a halt. The problem is that no water that pure exists naturally anywhere in the world. Several specialists talked about the incredible nuclear reactor at Oklo, stating that at no time in the geologically estimated history of the Oklo deposits was the uranium sufficiently rich, i.e. uranium-235, for a natural nuclear reaction to occur. When these deposits were formed in the distant past, due to the slowness of the radioactive decay of U-235, the fissionable material would have constituted only 3% of the total deposits, something too low, mathematically speaking, for a nuclear reaction to take place. However, a reaction took place mysteriously, suggesting that the original uranium was far richer than uranium-235 than it is found in a natural formation. Just another one of those head scratchers for the mystery bag that nobody has to deal with. We have a plethora of them. Thanks for listening.
Oh yes, there's more to come. We've got another hour. I'm going to stay with you we'll go for 4.5 hours. No more. I got to start, pulling the reins in a little bit. Getting a little crazy. I'll be out in a minute.
We live in a great big world. I have found in that big world there are things that occasionally come along that are not easily explained. Mysteries. I have always been attracted to these mysteries. The following website gathers together various articles on ancient Egypt astronomical lore. Our primary focus is on the astral traditions included in the pyramid texts, the oldest body of religious text to survive from antiquity. As is evident from the extensive literature on the subject, the identification of the various celestial bodies described in the pyramid texts is subject to much controversy. Authorities rarely agree on the identifications in question, and where agreement is found, there are grave problems with virtually every solution proposed. There are several reasons for this situation, not the least of which is the relative obscurity of the language employed in the texts themselves. Equally important is the fact that astronomy did not yet exist as a science at the time the pyramid texts were composed, and thus systematic observations and scientifically rigorous descriptions of the various celestial bodies and constellations are not to be found during this early period in Egypt. In order to achieve proper understanding of the Egyptian traditions, it is instructive to compare them with the astral traditions from Mesopotamia and elsewhere. Cross-cultural comparisons of this sort readily reveal common patterns and thus point towards more reliable identifications and insights into the nature of the Egyptian cosmos. It is our opinion that the patterns in question are most logically explained as resulting from common astronomical observations. The Eye of Horus. Originally an explanation of the daily disappearance and reappearance of the sun, Horus's eye became a symbol of permanent soundness and was evidently adopted in rituals to signify the eternal viability of the offering. The legend of the flight of the eye and its return is obviously similar in many respects to the legends of the destroying eye of Ra, of the angry eye, which became the serpent, the diadem of the sun god crown, of Anubis, who fetched the divine lioness from the eastern desert, and of Hathor of Byblos. All these are intricately interwoven,
so much so, indeed,
that it is often very difficult to decide to which of them is a particular feature or motif primitively belongs. Of all the divine entities in the Egyptian pantheon, the Eye of Horus remains the most enigmatic and misunderstood. This is only to be expected, perhaps, given the fact that the original celestial identification of Horus himself continues to elude Egyptologists. You ain't kidding. In order to understand the multifaceted and often peculiar symbolism attached to the Eye of Horus, it is essential at the outset to come to grips with the Egyptian traditions telling of its incendiary rampage that reportedly brought the world to the very brink of extinction. This archaic mythological theme is most familiar, perhaps, from a text known as The Destruction of Mankind. Now there's a title. One of the oldest mythological narratives to survive from ancient Egypt. There, Hathor is dispatched by Ra to punish mankind. It's a familiar theme. Then mankind plotted something in the very presence of Ra. Then they, Ra's advisors, said, in the presence of his majesty, "May thy eye be sent, that it may catch for thee them who scheme with evil things." That would make a good Christmas card. Go down as Hathor. So then this goddess came and slew mankind in the desert. The destructive campaign of the Raging Eye was commonly mythologized as a bloodbath waged by the warrior goddess Hathor and her alter ego Sekhmet. Indeed, in the same text we read, Hathor will wade in the blood of mankind as Sekhmet. The testimony of this text, as of the earlier pyramid and coffin texts as well, is that the eye's rampage occurred at the dawn of time, i.e. in illo tempore, when the ancient celestial gods still ruled the earth. Although this particular text dates to the New Kingdom, the myth of the Raging Eye Goddess is attested in Pyramid of Unas, circa 2350 BCE, and alluded to repeatedly throughout the 3,000 years of Egyptian history. In Unis's pyramid, we read that the flame from Horus's eye produced an all-encompassing storm.
I, Horus, will put flame in my eye, and it will encompass you and set storm among the doers of evil deeds, and its fiery outbursts among those primeval ones. I will smite away the arms of Shu, which support the sky.
The coffin texts are likewise replete with allusions to the primeval catastrophe wrought by the Eye of Horus. Spell 316 emphasizes the terrifying power of the raging goddess. I am the fiery Eye of Horus, which went forth, terrible, lady of slaughter, greatly awesome, who came into being in the flame of the sunshine, whom Ra granted appearings in glory. What Ra said about her: mighty is the fear of you, great is the awe of you, mighty is your striking power. All men have been in the sleep of death because of you and through your power. I am indeed she who shoots. Here as elsewhere in the eye is likened to a heaven-spanning flame. The eye is elsewhere associated with fire falling from the sky, as in spell 946, wherein it is made to announce, I am the fire in the sky and earth, and all my foes are under my flame. Other hymns report that fire and devastation accompany the eye's rampage. The fire will go up, the flame will go up. The fiery one will be against them as the eye of Ra. Elsewhere, it is said of the warring eye goddess, its flame is to the sky. At one time or another, every major Egyptian goddess is identified with the eye of Horus: Hathor, Isis, Webset, Wadjet, Mut or Mut. The goddess Sekhmet offers an instructive case in point. In the Bremner Rind Papyrus, it is Sekhmet who protects the king and wards off his enemies as the raging eye. Thou art condemned to this fire of the eye of Ra. It sends forth its fiery blast against thee, and this its name of Wadjet. It consumes thee, and this its name of devouring flame. It has power over thee, it has power over thee, and this its name of Sekhmet. It is fiery against thee, and this its name of glorious serpent. The image of Sekhmet as a raging goddess is abundantly attested among the sacred texts discovered at Philae. Here, as elsewhere, Sekhmet is identified as the eye of Horus. Sekhmet, the strong one, is in her form as the eye of Horus, the living eye, while spreading fire, worship with the flame when she goes round, while scorching the rebels with the heat of her mouth. She is the primeval snake. In the text from Edfu, Sekhmet is once again compared to a flame-throwing serpent and celebrated for her protective powers. Witness the following passage. O Sekhmet, eye of Ra, great of flame, lady of protection who envelopes her creator. O Sekhmet, who fills the ways with blood, who slaughters to the limits of all she sees. Come towards the living image, the living hawk, protect him and preserve him from all evil. According to scattered statements preserved in the pyramid and coffin texts, the raging eye goddess was eventually pacified or otherwise dissuaded from her terrifying rampage, thereby saving the world from total annihilation. The following account from the coffin text alludes to this motif. The storm of her who is mighty of dread, witness of the land, is quelled. This peculiar pacifying of the raging eye is typically attributed to the heroic interventions of either Shu or Anubis. The two gods were commonly identified. Thus, Shu was described as follows in spell 325 from the coffin text. He subdued the eye when it was angry and fiery. Then he might lead the great ones and have power over the gods. The same idea is alluded to in spell 75, wherein Shu is made to announce, I have extinguished the fire. I have calmed the soul of her who burns. I have quietened her who is in the midst of her rage, even she, the fiery one who served the tresses of the gods. The phrase translated by Faulkner here as extinguish the fire seems to have served as a terminus technicus for the calming of the raging eye. Numerous texts from the Ptolemaic period, likewise alluded to in the calming of the raging eye of Shu and Anubis, or alternately by Thoth. These traditions were collected and analyzed by Hermann Juncker, or Human Juncker, and have come to be known by the generic name of the wandering goddess theme. Although nearly 2,000 years later than the pyramid and coffin texts, such texts are still well worthy of serious study, as they frequently manage to preserve archaic motifs of profound import, even though they betray rather clumsy attempts to historicize and localize the myth of the raging eye goddess, originally celestial in nature. Localize the myth of the raging eye goddess, originally celestial in nature. The basic plot of the wandering goddess theme finds the eye goddess variously identified as Hathor, Tefnet, Wadjet, Mut, etc., going into exile and abandoning Egypt for some distant land, typically Nubia or Libya, whereupon she goes on a destructive rampage in the form of a raging eye or lion. It is only through the magical interventions of Shu, Anubis, or Thoth that the warrior goddess is pacified and induced to return to Egypt. Much as the departure of the eye goddess throws the world into confusion and chaos, so too does her return restore the order to the world. With her pacification, the order of the cosmos is also restored. The myth of the wandering goddess as raging eye formed a central theme in various New Year's rituals celebrated throughout Egypt during the Ptolemaic period. The rite in question typically featured prodigious bouts of drinking, the lighting of torches, loud music, and ecstatic dancing in an apparent attempt to pacify the raging goddess. Evidently, the rite culminated in the marriage of the eye goddess with her rescuer, Shu, Anurus, or Horus himself. John Darnell summarized the Hieros Gamos as follows. The return of the goddess coincided with the coming of the god and their union at the entrance of the temple, the place of nocturnal celebration and inebriation. A measure of just how important the rite was deemed to be can be seen from the fact Egyptian monuments from this period depict the pharaoh emulating or reacting the role.
Okay, I'm stopping in to say hello. I said I would. Gotta keep my word. Hello, everybody. How are you? Let's see. Red Dragon. Hey, man, how you doing? I haven't seen you in a while. It's good to see you, buddy.
REDDRAKON.
Oh, be that way then. Brian. And let's see. Valerie's here. Hey, Valerie, how are you? Good to see you. Happy New Year, everybody. Prime. Hello, Prime. Polly B. Brian. Concetta Workman.
Conchetta Workman.
There you go. Hello. All right, guys. I just wanted to stop in and say hello before I got back to it. It looks like we got a pretty good crowd, so I will not keep you any longer. I just wanted to say hello to everyone in chat. And if you have anything you really want me to know or a question or anything like that, put it in caps, and then I will read it. Otherwise, I don't horn in on other people's stuff. Thank you, Red Drake. It's good to see you. Really, it is. Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while. I was worried about you, son. Chris Kelly. Hello, Chris. Okay, well, I'll be back. We got an hour, so we got 35 minutes. So I will not keep. Without further ado, let's get back to it, and I will see you when I get back. Okay. Now, which one was that? This one definitely needs to be updated. I'm running out of them, but there's still a few left.
Of Shu Anurus by performing a series of gyrating dances and other magical acts, such as the vigorous rattling of cisterns, in an attempt to pacify the raging goddess. Such mimetic performances were performed in order to calm, shift the eye's raging. According to Darnell, the boisterous music and dancing was believed to soothe the goddess and ward off noxious elements. Their noisy revelry of the celebrants, appeasing the ever more calm goddess, cacophony driving away baleful influences. Although the precise circumstances attending the pacification of the Eye of Horus are never spelled out as explicitly as we might wish, it seems clear that upon being soothed, the eye was returned or otherwise restored to the god Horus. Indeed, a wealth of evidence suggests that the eye goddess eventually came to adorn the Horus star as his royal headband or crown. An instructive text in this regard is spell 220-221 from the pyramid text, wherein the eye goddess is addressed by a series of epithets identifying her as the red crown. He has come to you, O Nt crown. He has come to you, O fiery serpent. He has come to you, O great one. He has come to you, O great of magic, being pure for you and fearing you. He has come to you, O great of magic, for he is Horus, encircled with the protection of his eye. O great of magic, Ho crown, great of magic, Ho, fiery serpent, grant that the dread of me be like the dread of you. Grant that the fear of me be like the fear of you. If Aket, the great, was born, you, Aket the serpent, has adorned you. If Aket the serpent has borne you, Aket the great has adorned you, because you are Horus, encircled with the protection of his eye. A statement here, in no uncertain terms, is the encircling, sin porous by the fire-spewing Uraeus goddess, addressed as Iket, the serpent, among other archaic epithets, which provides a star god with his eye, and nearby equips him with magical source of protection. A classic text in this regard is the so-called coronation hymn of Haramheb, wherein we read that the Uraeus serpent, explicitly addressed as Great of Magic, was indispensable for the crowning of the Egyptian pharaoh. Her arms in welcoming attitude as she embraced his beauty and established herself on his forehead, and the divine in need, where in exaltation at his glorious rising. A much later passage from the Ptolemaic Hemispheos at Elkab, addressing the wandering goddess, seems to attest to the same general idea. Welcome, says Ra, welcome. Come back upon the head of him whom you have protected, the head from which you went forth. According to Egyptian tradition, the return of the raging eye to its rightful place atop the brow of the Horus star endows the latter with power, glory, and his magical crown. Indeed, it is no exaggeration to say that the Eye of Goddess invests the Horus star as a king of the gods. Through his act of encirclement or conjunction, Susan Johnson has summarized the primeval event in questions as follows. The god of creation praised the eye, which had become a cobra, by placing it on his forehead as the Uraeus, Leret, the risen one, who guards the crown. Pacification of the cobra thus marked the establishment of monarchy, and the Uraeus became the protective symbol of legitimate kingship and unity. Johnson's conclusion is right on the money and bears repeating. It is the pacification and reunion of the Uraeus serpent with the Horus star which makes the establishment of kingship and thereby restores order to the world after the catastrophic events attending its departure. Katya Goebs has recently offered a similar assessment. The return of the eye or eyes corresponds with the investiture of the new Horus king and, on a cosmic level, to the daily rising of the sun. Even from this brief survey, it is evident that the Eye of Horus plays a central role in ancient Egyptian conceptions regarding kingship and divinity. How then are we to explain the peculiar mythology attached to the raging eye goddess? James Allen, together with the vast majority of Egyptologists, would identify the Eye of Horus with the sun. Allen summarized the rich symbolism attached to the eye as follows. The Uraeus goddess is essentially the destructive power of the sun. She is a goddess because the sun is viewed in this case as the eye of the sun god, Horus or Ra, Re, whichever you prefer, which is feminine. She is normally represented as a cobra, Wajet, also feminine. Because of the notion of a power that can strike and kill, the hieroglyphic representation of this is N6, the sun disk with a cobra. The same power is viewed as inherent in the king's headgear, which is why it also has a Uraeus. The primary thing to keep in mind, however, is the notion of the eye. In myth, she represents both the sun as an eye and its destructive power. Her common epithet, Great of Magic, derives from the idea of the eye as conveyor of intent. Some notion as the evil eye, which also existed in ancient Egypt. Through syncretism, she is associated with other major goddesses, such as Isis and Hathor. Yet, if the Eye of Horus is to be identified with the sun, how are we to understand its departure from Horus? For if Horus is to be identified with the sun, as Allen assures us, one is left with the seemingly paradoxical situation wherein the eye sun departs from itself after threatening the world with destruction, returns to encircle or crown itself. It must also be asked why the Egyptian skywatchers would conceptualize one and the same celestial body as simultaneously both male, Horus, and female, Hathor as the eye. Insofar as the Horus star represented the celestial prototype of the masculine warrior, while the eye represented the celestial prototype as the mother goddess. This hypothesis strains credulity. Mistress is very limited. The explicit, catastrophic imagery attending the raging of the fire-spewing eye is equally difficult to explain by Allen's hypothesis. Under what circumstances does the sun threaten to destroy the world? In what sense is the sun displaced from heaven while presenting a terrifying serpentine form? What is there about the sun's familiar appearance that would lead it to be conceptualized as a supreme goddess, the serpentine goddess, protecting the Horus star by circling it as a luminous crown or headband? Far from being a reference to one and the same celestial body, Horus's relationship with the eye can only be understood as reflecting an interaction or conjunction between two entirely different stars. On this matter, the preponderance of evidence is unequivocal. The Eye of Horus is to be identified with the mother goddess herself, and, as such, it represents a wholly different star from that associated with the masculine Horus, Mars. In ancient Egypt, as around the globe, only one star fits the bill as the celestial prototype for the mother goddess, namely Venus. In this conclusion, we find ourselves in complete agreement with Rolf Krauss, who in a number of publications investigating the Egyptian astro-religion argued that the Eye of Horus is to be identified with the planet Venus. Granted the possibility that the planet Venus is the subject of the Egyptian traditions regarding the Eye of Horus, how are we to understand the cataclysmic imagery attending its destructive rampage? Whence derives the eye's pronounced capacity for raining fire and destruction on mankind? Why would the planet Venus be conceptualized as a raging eye at one moment and as pacified or calmed on another? On these all-important questions, Krauss had nothing substantive to offer, noting simply, it remains unclear how the observer understood raging and peacefulness. As we intend to document, the Egyptian texts provide a wealth of testimony on each of these questions. This testimony, in turn, can then be compared with literary traditions from ancient Mesopotamia and elsewhere that describe the planet Venus in similar terms, i.e., as an agent of terrifying world-engulfing disaster, one prone to assuming a fire-spewing serpentine form. It was in the latter form, according to the exaltation of Inanna, that the warmongering planet goddess rained fire from heaven. When you roar at the earth like thunder, no vegetation can stand up to you. A flood descending from its mountain, O foremost one, you are the Inanna of heaven and earth, raining the fanned fire down upon the nation when mankind comes before you in fear and trembling at your tempestuous radiance. I just had a feeling of deja vu. Analogous imagery is evident in early literary accounts of the Semitic goddess Ishtar, who, like the Sumerian Inanna, is explicitly identified with the planet Venus. Inanna, who pours down rain over all the lands, over all the people. Loud thundering storm. Hiradul, who makes the heavens tremble, who makes the earth quake, who can soothe your heart. You, who pour down firebrands over the earthly orb, who flash like lightning over the highland, whose cry reaches heaven and earth, whose roar is all destructive. Your angry heart is a terrifying flood. Even from this brief summary, the striking parallels between the mythology attached to Inanna Venus and that attached to the Eye of Horus are readily apparent. Yet in the dozens of monographs devoted to the ancient eye goddess, not to mention the hundreds of articles that have addressed the mythological theme and symbolism of the raging Eye of Horus, I am unaware of any scholar who has even commented on the parallels between the eye and Inanna Venus, much less offered a systematic cross-cultural analysis of the traditions. Suffice to say that knowledge of comparative mythology is not widespread in modern Egyptological circles. As a result, modern Egyptology remains mired in the same solar interpretations that ruled at the turn of the 20th century, seemingly oblivious to the fact that ancient Sumerian descriptions of Inanna Venus share a virtual one-to-one correspondence with Egyptian descriptions of the Eye of Horus. To summarize our findings in this chapter, a wealth of evidence confirms that the Eye of Horus is to be identified with the planet Venus. This finding, in turn, has profound ramifications for the proper understanding of ancient Egyptian religion insofar as the history of the eye goddess is catastrophic from start to finish, marked by apocalyptic cosmic disaster, terrifying storms spanning the sky, and the disturbance or displacement of the other star gods. After an intermediate period of time, the raging eye was eventually calmed or pacified, and as a result, the apocalyptic disaster was averted and cosmic order restored. According to the account preserved in spells 220 and 221 from the pyramid text, the eye eventually came to encircle the star god Horus as a serpentine goddess, Iket the serpent, thereby providing him with a heaven-spanning headband and crown. It is our view that the eye goddess's headbanding of the Horus star was direct reference to dramatic astronomical events in which Iket Venus appeared to conjoin the Horus star and encircle it with a comet-like band, hence the otherwise inexplicable situation wherein one word, SSD, denotes at once Iket's headband, as well as a flame-scattering star. The fact that the same word is elsewhere determined by the following glyph, the cobra with the circle, confirms its intimate relationship with the Uraeus serpent that came to form the circling crown of Horus. In light of the evidence adduced here, we are emboldened to consider the possibility that the Eye of Horus, Iket serpent, and SSD headband are simply variant mythological interpretations of the same celestial form, a comet like Venus. Given this working hypothesis, it stands to reason that it was the terrifying rampage of the Venus comet which provided the historical prototype for Egyptian traditions regarding the raging Eye of Horus and the SSD star. F. Cochran. Pretty good, pretty good. There's a lot of stuff. He gets into some mighty detail here. You know, I always hear it every single time I go to something on Egypt or Sumeria. Always impacts. Every time. I always wait. How long is it going to be before the I word gets brought up? I don't mean to talk bad about science. I mean, I have the highest respect for it, but it's like they just refuse to even look at it. even your alternative guys, they think that mainstream cosmology is right, but, kick the hell out of the one field that they're in. The hell you say? Welcome to a new edition, a segment I call The Hell You Say. I found that Graham Hancock episode that I was talking about in the comments, where the host of the show brings up Velikovsky. I'll leave the link for the video in the comments. I'm just going to play a little part for you right here when Dr. Velikovsky gets brought up. Watch how Graham Hancock sidesteps him. Now let's break that down. Velikovsky did great work about cosmic cataclysms in the 50s. Yeah, and you're so into ancients, I guess he's into everything old except anything that was done in the 50s. So that means that he has free license to plagiarize his work, except for he's going to stick to the mainstream narrative of impacts. You see, that's what makes me mad. And the whole thing just got side-skirted. The caller quasi-accused him of popularizing, and he made his point. He was a little bit out there, but you know what? He made his point, and they got rid of him quicker than they could with a song with a plague. And, now listen to him after the caller. He's stuttering, and you can still tell that his mind is going, whew, got away from that one. And then that'll be it. And this is why it bugs me so much, because Hancock even says, with his own words, that he is trying to bring great work to the light. If he were to give Velikovsky his propers, like he should, then he would be bringing everything that Velikovsky was talking about and fighting for to the light, which means the electric universe. And this guy is on the cutting edge. Why isn't he into it? Just doesn't make sense. But you know what? It's par for the course.
This was the greatest. And let me ask you another question. Is a theory of uniformitarianism, which means that nothing what happened in the past could have happened if it doesn't happen today?
That was deliciously wicked.
Life's about, so cult. Well, I guess everybody was obsessed with it. If you're not interested in death, you don't know what life's about, so the Egyptians had texts on death, but for good reason, because people were dying and in droves in the cataclysms. But what else I like about the Chinese stuff is that it validates a lot of what the Bible says. It's just unbelievable. And now that we've seen the Hopewell also validate what the Bible is saying about the sun changing direction and the north being the south and all the stuff that proves why the Pyrenees map.
There's a couple of YouTube videos that show that in the Bible stories, Noah and the 8 people that were with Noah are incorporated right in the structure of the writing of the Chinese. There are a few videos that show that.
Correct.
And plain as day.
That's completely correct. They're overt. They're not like wink and a nod. They're very overt references to like Noah's flood, for example.
Slap you right in the face.
Yeah, there's no other interpretation. It's not like you can go, well, maybe they're meaning this. No, it's pretty straightforward exactly what it means. One of the words was for like family was a man, his wife, and then 3 sons and 3 daughters. It was like you can't say it's very
Noah
specific.
Story. That's the Noah story right there. Boom, in your face.
Exactly. And that's the neat thing about the Chinese, aside from all the science. And the other thing about the Chinese, as far as the Chinese sciences go, is some of their best scientific work was all the most ancient stuff. And why is that? Because they could see the plasma. So it hadn't been religified and turned into a superstition at that time. It was exactly what they were seeing in the sky. They were making compasses and seismology instruments with it. They were fascinated with earthquakes. The word for electric shock was the word for earthquake. And now with the Hopewell, with the work that I've put out, we can see that the Hopewell proved that the Earth was upside down and then it went across the North Pole. And people, it's not like I started off in this field. I was an atheist, and in the world of mainstream science, I would have never believed that the Earth was ever any different. I would have. I always believed. But the evidence is it's undeniable. The statistical fact of it is that
exactly the fact is that the ancients tell us what happened.
Can you hear those guys?
Yeah, I can hear you.
The ancients tell us what happened, but in the 1800s, myths were poo-pooed upon, and now they have a completely different meaning. Our history in the ancient past, changing that in the 1800s.
I'm just listening to Rick. He's speaking my language.
Really good conversations going on, and people aren't angry like that one guy, and I booted him. So.
Well, it's nothing personal to anybody. It has to do with the business and things that I'm doing on a personal endeavor. So.
Oh, okay. Too busy. Gotcha.
Well, it's actually a part of the process is avoiding being on social medias. It's actually written into the process of the thing that I'm doing. It's not my program. I didn't design it, but it does work. If you want to be successful in business, look, Peter Sage, he tried. He's in jail, by the way. They didn't just shut him down in terms of, hey, you can't build space energy. They sent his ass to jail, and that was a $15 billion deal he was working on. Wow. So you think that there aren't some powers trying to stop us from achieving the reaching into space? Maybe he was a crook. But I mean, all of a sudden he was a crook, or was it because now he was getting $15 billion to get it together to harness space energy? So I have to, the thing that I'm doing, the way that I'm trying to increase position is a serious matter, and I have to take it seriously because, of course, my house and family is on the line. Mankind is on the line. I mean, what I'm doing is some serious work. It's more important than writing papers. Not that I don't enjoy writing the papers, but it's just it's a hardcore endeavor, and obviously no one else is in the community is kind of fit to or desiring to do that. So who's going to go out and do it? Because Peter Sage, they locked his ass up. Right. And that, I mean, think about that. He was legit building a company to harness space energy, and they threw his ass in the jail. I mean, that's where he is right now. So, I mean, I can't be screwing around with these forces. If I'm going to do the science, I got to do it. And so I've taken it very seriously. And I'm trying to stay away. Of course, sometimes it's hard. I have a lot of opinions politically, and it could get me in trouble. But right now it's working. The bankers and stuff, they seem to like me. So, we'll see. It's early days. I mean, the game is early. Right. I mean, it could all be screwed up still, and then I'd have to go live in the Amazon as a recluse, I mean? Like, I can still screw it all up. It's early days for the game that I'm playing. And it's not that I don't enjoy doing this kind of science and obviously talking with you fellers, but it's just that somebody's got to do it. And we can't rely on the system to do it because they don't have any incentive to question their assumptions, and they certainly love hiding the truth. I mean, it's like they can't stop lying. I don't know what the hell's wrong with these guys. It's like this is some of the best information. Who wouldn't be interested in this stuff? Of course, the elites know. We'll
have to talk more about this later on when we're not being recorded. So.
Yeah. Well,
I'd like to help you if I can. But there's, I'm limited to a few things that I can only do, right? So.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into the specifics of what I'm up to anyway. But I'm just saying, like, there's a reason they call it fake. But in the end, you could still bring it to Hollywood and still get something done, because Hollywood, they haven't made these stories just because nobody's told them. I mean, they'll turn almost anything into a story if they think they can make money on it. And if Avatar is any indication, people are thirsting for this stuff because Avatar is full of Saturnian references. It's just plumb full of it, from the daggone whole planet being surrounding a gas giant to the Native American stuff. I mean, it's just all sorts of. It's just because
he giant in stature, apparently.
Yes, and he went down to South America and he learned from these real tribes, and they told him the skinny. And to his credit, he listened and he put that stuff in there, and people loved it to death. I mean, just like Star Wars, it's that same hypothesis that I said before. Anytime we touch it, people will go crazy for it. That's why the Iliad and the Odyssey survived, because they are Arthurian, Saturnian stories. And anything that touches the real history, people resonate with. When they get away from it, people go away. Wonder Woman.
You said the right word. Resonate. It touches you inside from the genetic memory that we all carry.
That's right. And people, not that Wonder Woman wasn't a good film. It was a good film, but one of the reasons its keys to success is that it played off of the same daggone themes. I mean, you're talking Aries and
the Venus story.
Yes, exactly, and people still resonate. It's unbelievable, but we do. We haven't gotten over it, and
that's why Batwoman or Batgirl is such a flop. I mean, it's considered kind of a joke in the comic industry, right? It's like, well, it was in the ancient past. It was not in the ancient past. In the old days, in the 60s and 70s, like Batgirl was comical. She'd get beat up on, she'd be grabbed, and Batman and Robin would have to come and save her. And I mean, it doesn't follow the same story that Wonder Woman does, and that's why Wonder Woman is so successful.
Yes. In my opinion, it matters to people a great deal. When Thor arrives on screen in the first in the Infinity War, I mean, there's video compilations of people cheering for this moment because people connect to the god still. I mean, it's in it's unbelievable.
What's the bridge called? The what?
The Bifrost.
When the Bifrost drops him off on the planet, that's when everybody freaked out, right?
Yeah. Well, he transports with his new blade, and he suddenly appears on the battle scene, and just people just go crazy. There's whole, like I say, compilation videos of people reacting to Thor arriving, and this is not a lot of people. I do have people come into the clinic sometimes that have on Thor rings, but it's not really common. You can't say that it's an active religion, in my opinion, at least not here, maybe in Scandinavia. But people resonate with it. And why do they resonate with it? It hasn't completely gone away from our DNA. And my maintenance is that when these Arthurian and like Maddox people and lost Roman legions and lost Hebrew tribes, when they came here, yeah, of course they were different races and they might have had some difficulties getting along, but as far as they were concerned, these were long lost kindred. Whereas the other natives, they also had the same religion, but they saw things differently. And but as long as the commerce was working, I think that probably things were allowed to continue. But as soon as the Roman legion got here and they started to stifle the commerce flow of the ancient triangle trade, in my opinion, it was a triangle trade that went all the way down to South America. That's when they said, okay, gotta wipe you out. And it had to have been, if you're going to defeat people with armor and horses and stone forts and the knowledge of European warfare, if you're going to defeat them and wipe them out at the Falls of the Ohio, you had to have a really big coalition. So, I mean, the idea that South Americans didn't come and mingle with North Americans is so laughable. It's just unrealistic. And this is all archaeology. It's just got to go. This version of archaeology that treats natives like they are unsophisticated boors who didn't know anything about commerce and they're just running around in loincloths is so stupid. They have it at the Cahokia. If you go to the Cahokia, they've got all the people. They have an actual picture of people from the Midwest, and of course they're dressed beautifully. But in all the displays, they're all naked. And the women are naked. I'm like, daggone it, this is just plain wrong. These were sophisticated people with sophisticated trade routes and relationships. They may have even had contracts. I mean, if the Sumerians had contracts 6,000 years ago in what looks like alien language, why wouldn't Native Americans be able to do that? I mean, if they can have moon compasses and all this stuff, according to the archaeologists, why wouldn't they have sophisticated relationships, basically Tudor-like alliances, just like we see with the Habsburgs? I mean, it was definitely advanced, and it was based in something relatable, and of course there were hunter-gatherers. But that wasn't the only thing. I mean, even Europeans were still hunter-gatherers. When Appalachians, up until very recently, actually, a lot of Appalachians went out and foraged for not only food but medicine. I mean, right up into the late 20th century, I've met herbalists. So that hunter-gatherers all over. Anyways, I'm rambling.
No, it's cool.
No, that's fine. I'm just watching Infinity Wars, Thor's arrival in Wakanda there. Yeah, carry on.
So they can get kind of, and especially on a hot day, so they can get a feeling, because that ancient empire is still there. I felt the chi of it when I was there. I told myself there's no way that this wasn't an ancient fort and that it wasn't for a very powerful nation of imperial commercial. And now, were they Phoenicians? Were they Egyptians? Were they Atlanteans? I have no idea. I can't tell you. All I can tell you is it wasn't the Welsh. It's too big. It's way too big. It's not defendable.
I believe it was an Atlantean culture, but like pre-devastating events.
It's long enough ago that because of how wet the environment is there, that all the evidence has been eroded and corroded away, and that leads the archaeologists to say, well, see, no one was here, and it's like, what the hell are you talking about? This is very obviously a fortification. The funny thing is, the other Maddox site, the stone fort in Georgia, is totally not a fortification at all, and the archaeologists are right about that. But what they don't understand is what it is, because it's a Venus meeting Mars effigy, the same as at Avebury and at the Portsmouth, Ohio. What used to be there until, of course, they destroyed all of the mounds there.
It didn't matter to him.
And it's the meeting of those two comets coming together and dancing or fighting, and depending on which culture you came from. And there would have been stone circles in the middle of that effigy, double-ended. It's two snake heads coming together. So you have an EU site there, and then you have this ancient empire site at the old stone fort in Tennessee. So the alt stream has been misinterpreting things for also 150 years. So between the two of them, everybody's been screwed.
I'm so confused.
Well, why wouldn't you be? And they don't even teach it in schools. That's what's incredibly sad. The Berea Indian Fort here in Kentucky, in 1918, there was only one archaeology study ever done on that site that's been published. And there were all sorts of walls still left, not many, but certainly more. Now there's barely anything left. Well, who's been stealing the stone off of there? It's the worst hike for you to carry stones up and down. So they had to have gotten archaeology students up there to physically carry the stones. I don't know, did they do it in the middle of the night, or they close the park down, or whatever, but where are the stones going? Because there's no farms that are going to climb a 900-foot mountain in order to get stones that they can get out of their own farm. It's just it's tragic, is what it is.
Yeah, it's weird. The erasure of some of the history of North America. You didn't want to get into the giants, but I'm talking about the giants.
I like the giants.
1800s. In the 1800s, there was so many accounts of giants being found, and some photographs, and it's all gone. All of the evidence is gone. I don't know what the heck they did with it. Whether they, like Indiana Jones, put it in a box and put it in deep in a vault somewhere. I don't know, but.
It definitely threatened some power structure. Was it the Egyptologists? Was it the?
I think it threatened the Darwin story, my friend. It was it didn't want any kind of evidence to support the Bible story that giants were here in the past.
In a world that they only deal with white swans, there are no black swans allowed. They don't fit the narrative.
I'll tell you what I think is the key is if we can get. So they're decommissioning the chemical base where the Kentucky alignment is, and I've talked about the alignment there at the Bluegrass Army Depot. So that is on its way. We don't know when they're going to finish decommissioning. They are actively getting rid of all the VX gas. Now, what are they going to do with that site? Because it won't be a top secret site anymore. Are they going to open it up for tourism? Are they going to keep people away from the mounds? I mean, what are they going to do? But we should be able to.
I'm going to keep that until I get it right.
We should be able to do some FOIA requests to try and get access to information about why they chose to build a top secret chemical base right over top of an archaeology site, which is very obviously Welsh. The shape of the mounds has been made into a Christian cross. And the alignment is absolutely beautiful because they use Cygnus, and we know it's Cygnus because they put Lyra there to make sure we know. But if the government knew it was there, and you can see on the LiDAR that they know that those are mounds because they built the warehouses, the chemical warehouses around the mounds. So, but why did they choose the site? I mean, who made them choose that site for this chemical base? It's kind of an odd thing to do. You know, what were they trying to accomplish in choosing?
They've done it in Egypt too. They've taken over one of those pyramids and they just dumping crap into the shaft. It's a garbage dump.
But I assume some of that is the cultural destruction that follows radical Islamization. Over here, after Thomas Jefferson and his worry about the British wanting to invade, I don't get it, because the late 1800s, there was no chance that Britain was about to come over and take over America. So why did they feel a need to destroy the fort at Charlestown State Park? And why, when you go to Charlestown State Park, you're not allowed to climb on the Devil's Backbone? Now Lee's been on it, but he's old as the dirt, so he's able, you know, he's known all sorts of people all over the place. He's been able to get access. But I went over there to Indiana, I asked, and they said you can't go up there. And if I hadn't had my kids, I'd have just done it anyways. But what's their excuse? It's a state park, right? You know, what are they covering up, or why? Is it just the habit of covering up? You know, can we not get away from the habit of covering things up? I mean, what the frick's the deal?
There's something up there they don't want us to see.
Yeah, it's like the X-Files. I'm watching a lot of the X-Files.
That reminds me. I want to ask you both something. Do you put any stock into the whole entrance to the inner Earth at the poles?
No, that's not how my hollow Earth theory works.
How does your hollow Earth theory work? I mean,
I've
heard that we can't even look at the North and South Pole.
In the paper, The Plasma Electromagnetic Sky, I cover what I call the Hygieine theory, the hollow, expanding, growing electromagnetic Earth. And I conjecture that the Earth's core is not exactly hollow, but not iron, and that it is.
Right. I don't think so either.
It is receiving energy from the Kirkland current.
It may be iron, but in plasma form, hot enough that it been broke down into plasma form and still makes that magnetic field.
The Earth's rocks are charged over 100 times more than the Earth's magnetic field could have charged it. So it had to be charged by another body.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways to skin the cat, but what we do know is that the core appears to be manufacturing water. And so the Earth, its mass is different, its diameter is changing, and there's more interesting causes. I don't know what all the causes of earthquakes are, but certainly I don't think it's only plate tectonics. But I'm not going to say that there's no plate tectonics.
Well, Ray, we know the sun creates hydrogen. We know the sun creates oxygen, and it's not out of the question if the plasmoid in the center of the planet does the same thing, then it's pushing elements out from the inside of the Earth as well.
Right, and it could also be capturing neutrino and other cosmic ray energy, and that could be causing the growth. What I call it, I call it the thermoelectric vine, because it enters on both sides of the planet, and
I'm with you.
And it creates a growing effect that is just like a tomato ripening on the vine. I mean, the planet starts to peel its seams.
We see more seams at the bottom of the planet than we do at the top. So if the Earth was smaller before in the past, it broke at the bottom, and it kind of curved a little bit less at the North Pole and the Northern Hemisphere area.
Well, I think that around the time Saturn flared, the Earth gained a whole lot of mass at once. Sediment, water, and salt.
And I'd say that the growth rate has changed as we've had different stars. And Jupiter, obviously, that must have been even more stretching because there were a lot more earthquakes at that time. And a lot of volcanoes were more active, like at Mount Ararat, for example.
More energy, yeah.
Clearly, they're Saturn. But it's feeding in and it's causing tears, and there's not enough subduction zones to take up all that mass. So where did the continent of Mu go? Where did Doggerland go? I mean, They sank because there's deformation in the plates, and the deformation in the plates, there's also change in direction in the plates, and that's all been measured with standard geological science. They can't argue that anymore. Sort of like diffusion.
I'm guessing Pangea was only about 40,000 years ago, maybe 20,000 years ago. Thunderbolts of the gods may have grabbed those and broke it up and moved it around.
I don't think we're 4 billion years old. That's what I'm not going to go with 4 billion years old. And I don't think they can either, because the oldest rock, according to them, according to their own science, the oldest rock that you can find on this planet is 3 billion years old. So where did they get 4 billion years? I don't even know.
Well, don't forget they've carbon dated brand new lava, and it was 100 million years old. Hello?
Yeah. There are definitely huge problems with the dating, and I'm not.
So not carbon dated, but they use a dating mechanism for dating rock.
I know what you meant.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no doubt that the Earth is growing, and there's no doubt that it's got electrical impulses coming into the north and the south, and it's causing stretching, ripping, changing in the planet. Of course, name a single thing in the entire universe that doesn't follow the growth cycle, right? Birth, growth, peaking, decline, death, disintegration, and transmutation. I mean, everything follows. If the stars have that cycle, if they profess that there's a star life cycle, why wouldn't there be a planet? So when the geologists try to act like it's crazy to talk about, I'm sitting there going, well, name a single other thing in the entirety of the entire universe that doesn't have a birth and death. They can't. And it's unscientific to suggest that there is such a thing. Yep. Everything we know about how the world works should come from nature. And when you look at nature, it has cycles. And the Earth is going to be no exception to that.
All right, fellas. Well, I think I've had enough. I'm kind of beat. I'm going to turn in. We can continue this.
You said that half an hour ago.
I know. I want to go. I'm tired.
All right.
Hey, I had fun.
Did we beat the horse to death, or?
Oh no, you did good. I got 2 recordings. So. Speaking of giants, I happen to notice there's been some stirrings lately on the subject. In the San Antonio Express, beach giant skull unearthed by WP workers near Victoria, believed to be the largest ever found in the world. A normal head was also found on the same level. Apparently, the pieces that were taken from the mound were reconstructed in the WPA laboratory. They claim a study is being conducted whether the man came from an extraordinary large tribe of men or if he suffered from giantism. Well, of course they're going to say that. I'd be very surprised if we ever hear the results, but it was probably a giant. Paul Globe, written in 1904, bones of a human skeleton over 11 feet high are dug up in Nevada. Workmen engaged in digging gravel here today uncovered at a depth of about 12 feet a lot of bones, part of the skeleton of a gigantic human being. Dr. Samuels examined them and pronounced them to be the bones of a man who must have been nearly 11 feet in height. And back in those times, before the authority was created, it was a normal thing for these things to be dug up. People were not awed by it at all. In fact, that's why the authority was created, to get control of the information, or their paradigms would be out the window. But somewhere along the line, it was suppressed. The discoveries of giant skeletons were not limited to North America. This article talks of giant skeletons found in a cave in Mexico. The cave gives up its bones, gives up the bones of an ancient race. An article from Europe, The Race of Giants in Old Gaul, from the London Globe. In the year 1890, some human bones of enormous size, double the ordinary in fact, were found tumulus of Castellos and have since been carefully examined by Professor, whatever his name is there. It says they're undoubtedly, without question, giants of antiquity. But a 15-foot giant with 60 teeth was also unearthed. I mean, giants were in our past. There's just no denying it. Mainstream can snicker at it all they want, but it's a fact. Giants exist. And the further you go back, the higher they get. At one time, I thought that was ridiculous. Well, first, as a kid, I believed it. Then I spent 40 or 50 years of thinking it was just a ridiculous myth. And now it turns out that it was true. And you know, there is probably truth in just about every myth. Pretty much nothing very exciting has happened in 4 billion years except gradualism and evolution. I think that our past is much wilder than we could ever think it was. I don't know if you've heard about the giant, allegedly, that attacked a platoon of army guys in Afghanistan. They had to call special forces in, and the giant attacked him and skewered one of the soldiers, and they had to shoot him in the face in order to kill him. They collected his body up and put it on a transport plane and took it back to Washington or wherever in America they would have took it back to. It's a modern-day legend. I don't know if it's true or not. I would probably think it's not true, but it's out there just the same. Kind of makes you wonder.
They have gravity hills in the mountains, and there have been videos lately of alleged giants walking on the tops of the mountains. I don't know if you've seen it yet or not, but all you gotta do is search it. And it's all over the place. I mean, what is up with that? Well, there are gravity voids. They have things called gravity hills where you put your car in neutral and it goes backwards uphill. It exists. Look it up. It's just freaky. We live in a freaky planet. I love it. I'll see you in a bit. Happened to catch the Bob Lazar stream out on YouTube. What do you make of that? What he's saying is true. We already know there's a universe that's been here. And there are things. I don't know what to think of him. He's so sincere, but he also seems like a con. So I don't know how to read that.
The second astronomer who criticized Velikovsky's electromagnetic concept in the early part of the Velikovsky affair was James Warwick, who specifically wrote a paper on magnetic stars that, like Menzel's, was supposedly a devastating calculation and rebuttal to Velikovsky. He claimed that the astronomers had been working with magnetic star motions for years and found nothing to indicate their high magnetic fields had any influence on motion in this regard. The original criticism appeared in Chronos, Volume 10, Number 3, 1985, pages 10 and 11. My answer to Warwick was published 3 years later. Emanuel Velikovsky claimed that two magnetic stars orbiting at close quarters would not be influenced by gravitational interaction, but also by magnetic interaction. Earth and Upheaval, New York, 1955, Forum Address, page 297. Radio astronomer James Warwick calculated the influence of two magnetic stars, each of 10,000 Gauss, separated by 3 solar radii and aligned with.
By the way, I wanted to add one more thing to that. He said that one of the craft that they have was found in an archaeological dig. It's pretty crazy. Looking for a couple bones and you hit metal, you know? I heard Joe Rogan say that. I just about fell off my chair. It was funny. All right, I'll go back to this video now.
Their dipole moments directed toward each other to maximize the magnetic interaction. Based on his careful calculation, he could claim that the magnetic interaction between the magnetic stars was about 1 billion times smaller than gravity, far too small to influence the orbits of these bodies. We wish to challenge this conclusion based on mathematics and physics and offer observed evidence that denies the validity of Dr. Warwick's calculation and conclusion. Magnetic stars fall into two classes. The first type of magnetic star is called an AP star. John Lewis Tassel, in his Theory of Rotating Stars, Princeton, New Jersey, 1978, page 430, informs us that almost all high-intensity magnetic fields known in non-degenerate stars are found in the peculiar A-type AP stars. Therefore, these stars are on the main sequence of stars with the largest magnetic fields. The other class of magnetic stars are the AM stars, which, if they have magnetic fields, they are not nearly as powerful as the AP stars with the strongest fields. What is quite unique is that the magnetic axes are a great angle with rotational axis, and thus with the magnetic poles are observed to be close to the equator. When stars are in close binaries, tidal forces drive the two stars into a position in which their rotational axes move toward parallelism. Thus, the point where very close companions would be in orbit around a magnetic star is at the rotational equator, where in AP magnetic stars, the gravitational forces will be in competition with the dipole moment's magnetic forces in order to form a close binary system like that proposed by Warwick. There is also another phenomenon observed with magnetic stars. The distribution of the obliquity angles of the magnetic axis appear to be random, but becomes increasingly bimodal as evolution proceeds. Therefore, as the star ages, the magnetic axis will move to align itself with the rotational axis. The magnetic axis of stars with the strongest magnetic fields will, based on this data, be found nearer to the rotational equator. Thus, any star that forms a binary that is close to these magnetic stars, especially those with the strongest magnetic fields, namely the AP type, must do so against at least one of the magnetic dipole moments. It is well observed that both types of magnetic stars, AP and AM, form binary systems. But there is a significant difference that appears to deny Dr. Warwick's views, that electromagnetism is an inconsequential force in these star systems. Spectroscopic binary systems are double stars that are so close together that they can only be distinguished by spectroscopic analysis. Nearly all main sequence stars can and do form spectroscopic binary systems. Based on Dr. Warwick's calculation, there is absolutely no reason for the highly magnetic AP stars not to be members of such spectroscopic systems. The fact of the matter is that AP stars are rarely found to have spectroscopic binary companions, and never, so far as I have been able to find, with another AP companion. And we are specifically told that AP stars are generally slow rotators, but they differ from AM stars in being single rather than spectroscopic binaries. The Fact on File, Dictionary of Astronomy, 2nd edition, Illingworth, New York, 1985, page 22. Since all other main sequence stars have such binaries, one astronomer remarked, there seems to be a severe shortage of such spectroscopic binaries among AP stars, while M. Fouquet in Lestolier's AP Binaries in Astronomy and Astrophysics Abstracts, Volume 30, Part 1, 1983, page 439, has come to the conclusion that the magnetic field seems to play an important role in the relation between binary and AP phenomena. That is, gravitation being about 1 billion times more influential than magnetism, or even several millions of times more so, does not explain why these highly magnetic stars seem to be singular rather than, in rare cases, form spectroscopic binary systems. But what of the extremely weak magnetic AM stars? Interesting. We are informed that they are almost all short-period spectroscopic binaries. Clearly, the only force that distinguishes AP stars from AM stars is the strength of their magnetic poles, and perhaps the inclinations of their magnetic axis to the rotational axis. There is no other principle that coherently explains the fact that AP stars with high magnetic fields are overwhelmingly single and rarely spectroscopic binaries. It is, as Velikovsky suggested, an electromagnetic repulsion that is too strong to overcome by gravity at close distance. The only force which coherently explains the fact that AM stars with weak or tiny magnetic fields are, by and large, almost all spectroscopic or very close binary systems is an electromagnetic repulsion that is too weak and thus allows companions to move close to them. In addition, we were informed above that all magnetic stars are slow rotators, unlike the same size stars without their magnetic axis skewered toward their equators. This is clearly a direct indication that the inclination of the magnetic axis pushed through the galactic magnetic field are slowed. But Warwick, in both cases, never answered nor mentioned any of these phenomena, which directly undercut and contradicted his calculations. But it is even remotely possible that Warwick, an authority on magnetic stars, was ignorant of binary behavior of AP and AM stars and of the fact that they were all slow rotators. When he presented his challenge to Velikovsky and researchers, of course, he had to have known about all these elements. But in all the years that this response to his critique was presented, he never presented or even acknowledged the answer to his criticism existed. He merely presented mathematical equations as proof, but withheld from his readers the actually observed behavioral characteristics of magnetic stars that were in direct contradiction to that math. As with Menzel, when confronted by the evidence, Warwick failed to carry out his scientifically and scholarly duty and left his erroneous criticism in the literature.
What we're really saying is an electric current must exist somewhere in the neighborhood of a magnetic field, every magnetic field.
The third instance of the early Velikovsky affair, wherein a critic attacked Velikovsky's concept that there was an electromagnetic force in addition to gravity operating, is Ivan King, an astronomer and one of the organizers of the 1974 AAAS Symposium on Velikovsky, who bluntly stated before the meeting was even held, "What disturbs the scientist is the persistence of these views, in spite of all the efforts that scientists have spent educating the public. It is in this context that the AAAS undertakes the Velikovsky Symposium. Although the symposium necessarily includes a presentation of opposing views, we do not consider this to be the primary purpose of the symposium. None of us in the scientific establishment believes that a debate about Velikovsky's astronomical electromagnetic force views would be remotely justified at a serious scientific meeting." Strangely enough, King's research deals with the behavior of globular clusters that are spherical in shape and are made up of 10,000 to 1 million, mostly old red giant stars. There are a few hundred globular clusters in the Milky Way, with the greatest concentration of stars toward their central cores. Also unusual is that these globular clusters do not revolve about the galaxy as do the stars in their galactic disk on relatively circular orbits. Rather, these clusters have orbits that are highly elliptical, like those of most comets in the solar system. Globular clusters orbit toward and away around the galactic core. Furthermore, the orbits of the stars in these globular clusters do not orbit its core in circular orbits, but do so in orbits that are highly elliptical. This creates a major gravitational problem in explaining how these clusters can survive. Over time, stars will approach one another and gravitational interactions will accelerate one of them so greatly that it will leave the cluster forever. Therefore, these globular clusters should be shedding members and becoming ever smaller in size. However, when a star is kicked out of the cluster, it will remove gravitational energy or angular momentum with it and make up for this loss of gravitational energy. The star that interacted with the escaped one must move inward to counterbalance that loss. The law of conservation of angular momentum is fundamental to gravitational theory and demands this. Therefore, because the globular cluster is now somewhat smaller in size, the stars in it left behind will move closer to one another and will then repeat the interaction process again and again, sending stars out of the cluster while the cluster continues to contract. But for some reason, this law of gravity is not working in these globular systems. King well understood this fundamental contradiction to gravitational theory and admitted this. Now, this not only relates to the hundreds of globular clusters in the Milky Way, but to the billions upon billions of other spiral galaxies with globular clusters throughout the universe. In other words, celestial mechanic equations cannot account for the failure of these fundamental laws to work as they should throughout the universe. Here, then, is how King dealt with this massive negation of the theory he claims disproves Velikovsky. Although globular clusters are obviously long-lived, they are not immutable. Slowly but steadily, stars evaporate, escape from the cluster as they reach escape velocity from the cluster during their interactions. A gravitational theory that adequately predicts the resulting evolution of the cluster is basically simple, but many of the details have remained elusive. The binding energy of a cluster holding it together is really an energy deficit, the energy it would take to accelerate all the stars to their escape velocity and tear the cluster apart. To reach escape velocity, a star must acquire enough kinetic energy to overcome the cluster's negative gravitational energy. Thus, the stars that escape are those with the most kinetic energy, whereas the amount of gravitational energy they contribute to the cluster is no more than average. As a result, the evaporation of stars increases the amount of binding energy per star remaining in the cluster as the cluster contracts. According to the current theory, it does not reach a steady state. Instead, energy from the contraction of the cluster is converted into kinetic energy of stellar motion, thereby heating the core. The core becomes more dense, and the stars in it near it move more rapidly. Therefore, more stars evaporate, and the core continues to contract and heat without bound until it is infinitely dense. Donald Lyndon Bell, proponent of the theory, has dubbed this positive feedback phenomenon of the gravitational catastrophe. First put forward in 1960 by Michael Hennon of the Nice Observatory, there was little observational evidence to support it. Only the globular cluster M15 shows any sign of the sharp density peak one would expect in a collapsed core. Recently, however, my colleague Stanislaw Georgevsky and I have been making more careful observations of a large number of globular clusters. We have observed at least a half a dozen displaying density peaks we believe to be an evidence of core collapse. Still, a half a dozen is not many. Gravitational theories of cluster evolution predict that a much larger fraction of the ancient globular clusters in the Milky Way should have collapsed by now. The various analytical and numerical models also concur in predicting that once the core collapse begins, it proceeds so rapidly one would be unlikely to observe it in progress. Why have more central density peaks not been detected? One possibility is that the predicted timescales for core collapse are too short. A more likely explanation is that some mechanism halts the collapse and even causes the core to re-expand back to normal. In other words, King is directly saying that something else must be happening in the globular cluster, that is, acting against gravity to keep it from collapsing. That is, as the cluster begins to develop a smaller core, something else comes into play and offsets the collapse, and then actually re-expands or pushes the cluster back to its normal size. He had completely overlooked that this specifically would be explained by Velikovsky, who maintained that the charged celestial bodies, when close to one another, would be cushioned by the repelling magnetic fields. Yet, here again, we have Ivan King offering some sort of mechanism at close quarters is able to overwhelm gravity. William R. Corliss understood the dilemma that underlay the gravitational processes in globular clusters and kept them from collapsing as they shed stars into space, and calls the mechanism just what it is, a force. Some unidentified force at the cores of the cluster may be operative. What force outside of gravity is known to exist in space except electromagnetism? But King would gouge his eyes out rather than suggest Velikovsky might be right. All sorts of ideas have been invoked to fill this gaping hole in gravitational theory. For example, one is that as the core collapses, many close binary stars will then form an offset to single stars that can interact, but only information for this is an interpretation of X-ray sources at the cores of these clusters. But this explanation only applies to some globular clusters. If the theory was correct, it would apply to nearly all of them. Other scientists have even suggested that an undiscovered form of matter called dark matter somehow halts the collapse, though this highly speculative idea is not accepted. Theory has been piled on theory in an attempt to salvage the globular cluster contradiction for gravitation theory. Earlier, it was suggested that these clusters are rotating, which would clearly resolve the problem, since the stars would be in more circular orbits and rarely interact. But as Dewey Larson pithily explained, showing that some clusters rotate is meaningless. All must be rotating quite rapidly to give any substance to the hypothesis that rotational forces counterbalance the gravitational attraction. If even one cluster is not rotating or is rotating slowly, this is sufficient to demonstrate that rotation is not the answer to the problem. Only Velikovsky's theory that charged celestial bodies would exhibit a cushioning effect at close range explains the behavior of globular clusters throughout the universe. King, of course, could never consider this because it would mean Velikovsky could be right. In every case, in the early Velikovsky affair, the arguments raised to dispute that electromagnetic effects play no role in celestial mechanics have been answered. At no time did Velikovsky's critics ever acknowledge that their attacks were answered in Velikovskyan or other literature, nor did they ever respond to the answers and evidence provided by Velikovsky or proponents of his ideas. They failed to act in all cases in a scholarly, scientific, or rational manner, and eluded their duty by simple denial of these realities they could not explain away nor prove were invalid. Before going on, it must also be reported, as did Colin Wilson, his electromagnetic theory led Velikovsky to predict that Jupiter would be found to emit radio waves, and that the Sun would have an extremely powerful magnetic field. It could be said that many of Velikovsky's theories, including the idea that Jupiter and the Sun have large magnetospheres, are now accepted as part of astrophysics, except, of course, no one acknowledges that Velikovsky was the first one to formulate them. So too, the electromagnetic evidence below to be presented is unacknowledged by the scientific community. Interesting. The next one coming up is the experimental evidence. It's very interesting that these esteemed astronomers just can't find it in themselves to give Velikovsky one bit of credit, but they want everyone to believe in dark forces and black holes. It's amazing. Thanks for listening. Some unidentified force. The Horus Star. Preface. The earliest home of the gods that we can discern is the sky. Although an aura of mystery surrounds the religious beliefs of the ancient Egyptians, this much is certain. They were obsessed with the stars and planets. Their leading gods were identified with the most prominent celestial bodies. The pyramids were purposely patterned after a celestial prototype, the Akhet, and elaborately decorated with stars. And their single-minded goal, upon dying, was to return to a celestial hereafter wherein they hoped to be reunited with the great mother goddess and the imperishable stars. In the face of the abundant and unequivocal evidence attesting to their profound interest in astronomical phenomena, it stands to reason that Egyptian religion is fated to remain elusive until we gain additional insight into that culture's core beliefs regarding the stars and cosmos. The present monograph attempts to summarize the data at hand and reconstruct the celestial background and mytho-historical context of ancient Egyptian stellar religion. To read the standard works on Egyptian religion is to learn that the sun was worshipped as Horus, the moon as Thoth, Orion as Osiris, Sirius as Sothis, and the circumpolar stars as the imperishable stars. It is our contention that each and every one of these oft-cited identifications is erroneous, and should this claim be substantiated, it follows that modern scholars have thoroughly misunderstood the original astronomical context of Egyptian religion. Indeed, as we will attempt to document this monograph, the time for a thorough reevaluation of the available evidence is long overdue. Horus and the deceased king. Horus, the first king and the pattern of rule and authority, royal ideology and ideas about the hereafter, seem to have cosmological and stellar foundations which they well go back to pre-dynastic times. The pyramid texts represent the oldest body of religious texts in the world, and as such, they constitute an invaluable resource for reconstructing the worldview of the ancient Egyptians. Inscribed on the pyramid walls of pharaohs from the 5th and 6th dynasties, their primary purpose was to serve as an aid to the deceased king in his post-mortem ascent to heaven. The basic message of the ascension hymns in the pyramid text can be summarized in short order. The pharaoh aspired to ascend to heaven in order to achieve a transfigured state as an Ak. As a result of this magical transformation, which was held to occur within the Akhet, it was believed that the deceased king would be reborn, or otherwise rejuvenated, after which he would shine forever thereafter as an imperishable star. To this relatively straightforward summary, one which most Egyptologists would doubtless accept, he would append the following corollary beliefs. 1. The deceased king ascended to heaven in the form of a star. 2. The king ascended by means of a tangible structure, most commonly by a ladder, but also by sunlight or some other extraterrestrial contrivance. 3. The king longed to be reunited with the JTN, commonly translated as the solar disk. The king's transfiguration involved a mysterium conjunctionis, specifically a physical reunion or rapprochement with a stellar mother goddess, personified alternatively as Hathor, Isis, or Nu. Confronted by this peculiar belief system, already fully developed by the time of Unis's pyramid, circa 2350 BCE, the question naturally arises as to how to explain its origin. We will return to this intriguing question in Chapter X. The pyramid texts contain a veritable goldmine of information about ancient Egyptian conceptions of celestial topography and various stars overhead. In order to reconstruct the mytho-historical context of ancient Egyptian funerary beliefs, it is first necessary to identify the star embodied by the deceased king. It is our view that the god Horus, already identified with this star in the 3rd millennium BCE, represented the divine prototype for the post-mortem ascent of the deceased pharaoh. PT 928 is instructive in this regard. I go up on this eastern side of the sky where the gods were born, and I am born as Horus, as him of the horizon. Purposely emulating Horus, the deceased king here ascends to the Akhet, the Egyptian word translated as horizon, by Faulkner, the site of his much-anticipated magical transfiguration. It is doubtless no coincidence that the deceased king's final resting place corresponds precisely to the celestial locus traditionally assigned to Horus. As Horus resides in the Akhet, so too does the deceased king. The king's place is at the head of all the august ones who are in the horizon. As Horus resides at the front of the imperishable stars, so too does the deceased king. If Horus resides at the front of the stellar spirits, so too does the deceased king. If Horus settles in the solar bark, so too does the deceased king. Additional examples could be provided as well, but this brief summary should suffice to demonstrate a significant overlap with respect to the celestial stations associated with the deceased king Horus star. This striking correspondence in celestial placement in turn constitutes compelling circumstantial evidence that the mythology associated with the Egyptian pharaoh purposely modeled on the astronomical behavior and mythological career of the Horus star. See Chapter X. This deduction, in turn, naturally begs the question, is it possible to securely identify the Horus star? The Horus star. Pharaoh is Horus, and of this god little enough is known. Horus was the power of kingship. To the Egyptians, this was as much a force of nature as those embodied in the other gods. It was manifest in 2 phenomena: the sun, the most powerful force in nature, and the pharaoh, the most powerful force in human society. Horus's role as the king of nature is probably the origin of his name. Heru seems to mean the one above or the one far off. This is apparently a reference to the sun, which is above and far off in the sky. Like the falcon with which Horus is regularly associated and with which his name is usually written. The great gods confront us already at the dawn of history. The Egyptian Horus is a case in point, his preeminence in Egyptian religion being evident everywhere. The pharaoh himself was considered to be the earthly embodiment of the god, a belief system reflected in the so-called Horus name borne by Egyptian rulers from the first dynasty on. Yet, if it is commonly acknowledged that Horus represents the quintessential Egyptian, there is no consensus as to his or fundamental nature. That he was a celestial power, all authorities concur. The question, however, is what celestial body best explains Horus's manifold functions in Egyptian religion. A survey of the relevant scholarship on the matter reveals that Horus has typically been identified with the sun. That said, leading Egyptologists have advanced arguments that the god is to be identified with the planet Venus, with the star Sirius, and with the amorphous sky itself. It is our opinion that all of these interpretations are not only erroneous, but fundamentally misguided insofar as they reflect a fatally flawed methodological approach to Egyptian star religion, namely, an attempt to force-fit the earliest descriptions of the most prominent celestial bodies to the familiar phenomena of the current solar system. The fuzzy thinking and faulty methodology which predominates in modern Egyptological circles is evident in the following statement from Rudolf Anthus. The heavenly Horus was a star as well as the sun, and perhaps also the moon. It seems as if he was that celestial body which appeared conspicuous either at day or at night. In order to bring some clarity to the difficult question of Horus's celestial identification, it is instructive to review archaic traditions that have survived from the prehistoric period. The cult of Horus is prominent already in pre-dynastic times. Rulers from the Naqada period, for example, worshiped the falcon god prior to the unification of Egypt. In the early dynastic period, circa 3000 to 2600 BCE, Horus is explicitly identified as a star. Thus, an annal from the first dynasty reign of King Aha bears the name Festival of the Horus Star of the Gods. Early royal domain names likewise reference the Horus Star. The domain established by Anaxib First Dynasty was called Orsaba. Horus, Star of the Corporation of Gods. Hotep-Sekemwe, Second Dynasty, founded a domain called Orankan Sabah. Horus, risen as a star. Kasekemwe, sounds like consequently. Domain was called Hursab. Horus, the Star of Souls. Most significant, perhaps, is the domain established by Djoser at the beginning of the Third Dynasty, named Darius Sabah NTPT, some crazy names. Horus Star at the front of the sky. To judge by the evidence of these names, Horus was conceptualized as a stellar power, indeed, as a most prominent star at the front of the sky. As valuable as they are, however, the epithets in question are not sufficiently informative to pinpoint exactly which particular celestial body represented Horus during this period. In addition to his status as a prominent star, there is clear evidence that Horus was identified as a powerful warrior very early on. This idea is apparently already in the pyramid text, as the following spell from Queen Neith's pyramid testifies. Well, they sure don't look like the Great Pyramid, do they? And that is a big question. Why is the Great Pyramid so much better than all these? That's rubble for the most part. So ascend to the sky amongst the stars in the sky, and those before you shall hide, and those after you shall be afraid of you. Because of this, your identity of Horus, of the Duat, of the one who strikes them, of the one who spews them out and wipes them out, and you will strike them, spew them out, and wipe them out at the lake, at the great green. You shall come to stand at the four of the imperishable stars, and sit on your metal throne, from which the dead are far away. And all these gods of theirs were like killers. I would think that the creator would be a benevolent creator of love, not death and murder. Anyways, it would make sense that these are planets for that reason. The name of early pharaohs likewise bear witness to Haru's warrior prowess. Today, Wilkinson offered the following observation. The Horus names of several First Dynasty kings express the aggressive authority of Horus, perhaps reflecting the coercive power of kingship at this stage of Egyptian statehood. Names like Horus the Fighter, Aha, Horus the Strong, Djur, or Arm-Raising Horus, Ka, called, not to be confused with the Ka, or maybe it is, call to mind the warlike iconography of the earliest royal monuments from the period of state formation. This evidence, taken in conjunction with early dynastic domain names, sounds like the internet, suggests that the stellar Horus was imagined as a formidable warrior. As we will document, this portrait of the god constitutes a decisive clue as to his original stellar identification. Additional information regarding the star god Horus is to be found in the pyramid text, dating from roughly half a millennium later, at circa 2300 BCE. Horus was not the sun, as often maintained, is suggested by various hymns, wherein the god is explicitly distinguished from the ancient sun god Ra. In the following passage, for example, Horus, as the deceased king, is implored to ascend to heaven and join Ra. If you prefer it called Re, I'm just calling it Ra. I found that they're just spelled different.